Chapter 28:10. This. Suyu was at a loss. What was going on? What was going on? If it was a dream, why were there scratches on his neck and the stone mirror in his hand? If it was not a dream, where was the dark space in his consciousness? What was it? Why are you in a daze? What is this stone mirror? Xiao Dai pouted in dissatisfaction. She bent down and poked the stone mirror with her finger. Suyu came back to his senses. He retrieved the stone mirror with lightning speed and said hurriedly, "Don't touch it." He had witnessed the terrifying power released by the stone mirror in the stone statue's hand. It was several times more terrifying than the destruction of the holy mountain. Xiao Dai curled her lips. Petty. There was a trace of regret in her eyes. It turned out that Xiao Dai had seen the extraordinary nature of this object and planned to eat it. Suyu took a long time to recover from this strange experience. It's not that I'm petty, but you don't have time to be distracted now. After thinking for a while, Suyu still did not tell them about the stone statue. He did not want them to worry for no reason. Only the sinful girl looked at Suyu with a meaningful look. All right, if I can survive into the new era, I must borrow it to play with. Xiao Dai licked her lips. If that time came, there would be no way to return it. Suyu said, "If you want to survive, refine the blood from my heart as soon as possible." The two girls nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged, officially beginning to refine the blood from the heart. Suyu touched his heart that was faintly aching. Could it be that he had fallen into the dream just now because he had lost 2 drops of blood? If that was the case, it was best not to give any more blood from the heart. It was all thanks to the 2 girls that he could wake up this time. He had woken up from the dream in time. If there was no one around, he would probably have been strangled by the stone statue. Thinking of this, Suyu shuddered. Shaking his head, he looked down at the stone mirror in his hand. "Can I use it too?" Suyu tried to instill his peak Pathmaster strength into it. But the stone mirror did not move. There was no movement at all. After thinking for a while, Suyu placed the stone mirror on his chest where his heart was. The stone mirror began to creak and change. Flower petals were reflected in the gloomy surface of the mirror. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. Wasn't this the terrifying flower in the stone statue? As expected, it required the heart of the Son of Heaven to activate. However, he had yet to figure out how to release the flowers inside to kill his enemies. Suyu glanced at the void and immediately seized the time to comprehend it. He did not think that the sacred mountain would give up just like that. It was clear that the sacred mountain's Son of Heaven had split his forces to destroy the various regions. The stone-birth heavenly son that escaped was most likely searching for the other heavenly sons. They were prepared to join forces to destroy the heavenly court. They could come back at any time. Therefore, every second was extremely precious. The 3 of them raced against time to transform. The common people had a rare chance to catch their breath. The King of Darkness took the opportunity to build statues of faith to gather more faith for Suyu. His divine body continued to grow and mature. 5 days later, Xiao Dai was the first to open her eyes. A pair of butterfly-shaped pupils fluttered nimbly in his eyes. Her small face was overflowing with joy. It's actually recovered. Unbelievable. Her interrupted evolution was now completely completed with a drop of blood. What followed was a complete transformation. Sacred Mountain, let's try again. Xiao Dai clenched her fist. He was overjoyed. Xiao Dai stared at Suyu and looked at him quietly. Her eyes were full of deep gratitude and attachment. She couldn't help but show a touch of tenderness on her face. Who gave her everything she had today? It was no exaggeration to say that it was Suyu. Without Suyu, she would probably be trapped in the fruit of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo forever when she was still a caterpillar. She was looking at it. Xiao Dai suddenly glanced at the stone mirror held by Suyu's hands. Pieces of flowers were about to leave the stone mirror. It exuded a power that made her feel distracted and her heart palpitate. This is the secret technique of the stone-birth heavenly son? Xiao Dai's heart skipped a beat. At the moment, it was in a state where it had not been successfully refined. If it was successful, how terrifying would its power be? On the other hand, the evil girl on the side was still refining the drop of blood from the heart, and she did not emit any power. "Mph, it's up to me to help Suyu fight against the Armageddon," Xiao Dai snorted. She had nothing to do and walked around with her small hands behind her back. By the way, she wanted to find out what Suyu had experienced in the years she was away. But she had not found out. A powerful whistling sound came. The entire heavenly court was trembling violently as if it was about to fall apart and fall apart. Raising his head, he saw a gloomy mountain slowly pressing down on him. Different from the last time. This mountain was twice as big as the last time. Vaguely, two figures could be seen in the holy mountain. Xiao Dai's face changed slightly. They finally came. She looked at Suyu and the evil girl who were at a critical juncture. She gritted her teeth and flew into the void. With her weak body, she blocked in front of the heavenly court. "Holy mountain thieves, you still dare to come?" Xiao Dai shouted. The cold holy mountain was high above. It cast a long black shadow. "Nine-colored chaos butterfly, you can barely be considered a member of our chaos clan. Now, you will be pardoned from destruction and will be given the opportunity to enter the 9-star civilization." Xiao Dai's face was expressionless. "What are the conditions?" "The conditions are to kill those two people." Two indifferent voices came from the holy mountain. It seemed. The holy mountain was extremely afraid of Xiao Dai's devouring ability. That was why they made an exception and gave Xiao Dai extra qualifications. It was believed that for any creature, this was irresistible. "How about it?" the Stonebirth Son of Heaven asked. Xiao Dai thought about it and said very seriously, "I have another condition." The Stonebirth Son of Heaven did not refuse immediately. He said, "Let's hear it." "My condition is, get as far away from me as you can," Xiao Dai said coldly and ruthlessly. The inheritance in her memory did not record how deep the hatred with the Stonebirth Son of Heaven was. However, there was a disgust and rejection from the soul towards the Stonebirth Son of Heaven. It could be seen that the Stonebirth Son of Heaven did not have any good intentions towards Xiao Dai. If she agreed now, she would not have a good ending in the future. The Stonebirth Son of Heaven in the holy mountain sighed slightly. "That's a pity. The opportunity has been given to you." Boom. The holy mountain burned again, emitting rays of golden flames. The difference was, those golden flames left the holy mountain and turned into lines of heavenly book characters that had never been seen before. Xiao Dai instinctively felt a hint of danger. It seemed that it was specifically aimed at her. However, looking at Suyu behind her, she did not retreat. Now, she was Suyu's last wall. If she retreated, Suyu would die soon. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Dai snorted coldly. She opened her mouth and bit, eating a golden heavenly book character in the air. However, there were countless heavenly book characters. It was impossible to eat them all. "Testing my ability to eat." Hee. The wings behind Xiao Dai spread out. "Devour." A large number of heavenly book characters were instantly devoured. However, Xiao Dai's sense of unease did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Chapter 28:11. The Stonebirth Son of Heaven in the Sacred Mountain. He was not anxious at all. All he did was control the sacred mountain to continuously release endless heavenly writing characters. Little Butterfly tried her best to swallow the heavenly book words, but it was far from being able to keep up with the speed at which they were released. So much so, in the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the entire void was filled with endless words from the heavenly book. Little Butterfly was powerless. She could only stare at the strange heavenly book characters that covered the sky and earth. "Go," the Stonebirth Son of Heaven said indifferently. Suddenly, endless words from the heavenly book fell like a storm. Xiao Dai was extremely serious as she pushed her wings to the maximum. He did his best to devour the heavenly book characters that were attacking him. However, there were too many of them. Before he could devour them, they were drowned out by the heavenly writing characters. The heavenly book characters revolved around Xiao Dai. In the end, it condensed into a huge golden cocoon. Little Butterfly, who was inside, immediately discovered that her body was degenerating. Yes. From a mature body that had finally evolved with great difficulty, it quickly degenerated. She finally understood where the uneasiness in her heart came from. These words in the heavenly book were directed at her. All of her forces were built on the foundation of evolution. Once it degenerated, its strength would be greatly reduced. It's too late to regret now, the stone-birth Son of Heaven said indifferently. The heavenly book's character's secret technique could only be activated by two stone embryo heavenly sons working together. It was specially designed for Little Butterfly. It was too late for her to regret now. Xiao Dai scoffed. You make it sound like I'll have a good ending if I join you. Since he had already done his best to prepare these heavenly bookwords cocoons, how could he abandon it? If Xiao Dai really surrendered, she would only die faster. Besides, do you really think that you can do anything to me? Xiao Dai sneered. She opened her mouth, revealing a row of silver teeth. Then, he bit down hard, creating a huge hole in the cocoon. The hardest part of her body was her teeth. In this world, there was nothing that could not be bitten through. You want to trap me with a few heavenly book characters? Hee hee. Little Butterfly peeked out and was about to come out. But at this moment, a gigantic black projection appeared from within the sacred mountain. The projection turned into a giant pitch-black palm. He pressed down on the gap. Xiao Dai had no choice but to shrink her head back. Then, he bit out a hole on the other side of the cocoon. He was about to crawl out. The black silhouette clenched its hand and grabbed the entire cocoon. Little Butterfly had nowhere to hide. She opened her mouth and bit the shadow. However, her teeth that could bite through anything actually created a string of sparks on the black shadow. Upon closer inspection, one would find out. Amidst the black shadow, it was the color of lime. This was not a pure shadow. Instead, it contained a portion of the stone-birth Son of Heaven's physical body. Xiao Dai's teeth were indeed powerful, but they were still far from being able to shake the stone-birth Son of Heaven. Xiao Dai's face finally showed a hint of anxiety. He tried many times, but all of them failed without exception. She was trapped in the cocoon, unable to escape. Don't waste your energy. You won't have a chance, the stone-birth Son of Heaven said indifferently. It would only take 10 minutes for Xiao Dai to revert to the previous stage. In that case, it would undoubtedly be much easier to kill Little Butterfly. Really? However, not only was Little Butterfly not flustered, but a hint of slyness appeared in the corner of her eyes. I almost forgot to tell you that I have completely evolved. There were two butterflies dancing in Xiaojia's eyes. The butterflies flew out from Little Butterfly's eyes, and their bodies were covered in 9 colored specks of light. The specks of light landed on the shadow. That shadow actually melted immediately. A cry of surprise came from the sacred mountain. What's going on? They could clearly feel the sharp pain coming from their arms. Of course it's a surprise for you. Xiao Dai closed her eyes. The two butterflies were her eyes. Everywhere they passed by, everything melted. She had been patiently waiting for the stone-birth Son of Heaven to personally make a move. Only then could they injure the stone-birth Son of Heaven. Otherwise, they would only be passively beaten and unable to effectively counterattack. The 9 colored specks of light quickly melted their arms. Waves of painful roars came from the sacred mountain. They had no choice but to withdraw the shadow. Xiao Dai took the opportunity to fly out of the cocoon and chased after the shadow to land on the sacred mountain. At this moment, the sacred mountain's golden light immediately faded and was replaced by a gray color. Black vortexes appeared one after another. Xiao Dai said contemptuously, "Insignificant skill." The current Xiao Dai had completely evolved and was not afraid of the devouring power at all. The wings on her back fiercely flapped. A powerful devouring power that was several times stronger than before erupted from within. Not only was her soul not devoured by the black vortexes. Instead, the black vortexes were completely devoured by Xiao Dai's devouring power. After the black vortexes were devoured, a bottomless pit was left behind. One could faintly feel the presence of these two powerful auras inside. The corners of Xiao Dai's mouth curled up. Could they hide? The two little butterflies circled around Xiao Dai. Colorful specks of light constantly fell into the black pit. In the end, the The painful roars of the stone-birth son of heaven came from inside the sacred mountain. Evil creature, stop. Obviously, they had been seriously injured by Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai stood on the sacred mountain and formed seals with her hands. While devouring the sacred mountain, she controlled the two little butterflies to fly into the sacred mountain. The stone-birth son of heaven was shocked and angry. They were completely suppressed by Xiao Dai. Not to mention destroying the world. They would be destroyed first. Say goodbye, Xiao Dai said lightly. She single-handedly suppressed the two sacred mountains that had joined forces and defeated them. Her eyes could not help but look at Su Yu, feeling proud. After completing her evolution, she alone could completely resist the destruction of the sacred mountain. Su Yu would definitely be very surprised. But at this moment, the top of Xiao Dai's head suddenly darkened. Without waiting for the gap, an incomparably dark giant palm descended from the sky without warning. It instantly bombarded the sacred mountain, crushing Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai subconsciously stretched out her arms. She tried to resist. But the strength of the power surprised Xiao Dai. She was easily crushed like a piece of paper. Under normal circumstances, she would have been crushed into a meat patty. But at this critical moment, Xiao Dai had an idea and immediately devoured a part of the sacred mountain under her feet. She took the opportunity to enter the sacred mountain. Only then did she escape the fate of being crushed. However, the giant palm slammed into the sacred mountain, causing it to shake violently. Xiao Dai was also affected by the fluctuations. Her whole body trembled, and she suffered internal injuries. She opened her mouth and spat out a large amount of blood mist. Her eyes were full of horror. What was that palm just now? She looked up through the hole. What she saw was an unbelievable scene. An existence 10 times the size of the sacred mountain floated above this small sacred mountain. From the huge sacred mountain, a giant palm of a black shadow that was close to materialization stretched out. The giant palm supported the void, and with a gentle push, the huge sacred mountain slid forward at an amazing speed. Chapter 28:12. At this moment, 2 low roars came from the sacred mountain where they were. Save us. The enormous sacred mountain's palm pressed down on the sacred mountain. 2 clusters of dark gray air currents were sucked away from the sacred mountain by the giant black palm. The auras of 2 stone embryo heavenly suns appeared on the gigantic sacred mountain. Including the stone-birth heavenly suns that had been destroyed by the humans, there were only 10 of them. Right now, there were no less than 12 stone-birth heavenly suns in the sacred mountain. How could that be? You are not the stone-birth son of heaven. Xiao Dai's face sank. The only response he got was a sneer. Nonsense. What kind of existence was the stone-birth son of heaven? Would he personally come to wipe out ants like you? We are just the clansmen of the stone-birth heavenly son. Xiao Dai's heart sank. Just a clansman? She had originally thought that the stone-birth son of heaven was only this strong since he was trapped in the sacred mountain. Even if all the stone-birth heavenly sons came, there wouldn't be more than 8 of them. Perhaps there was hope. Who knew that they weren't the stone-birth son of heaven at all? They were just clansmen. There were only 8 stone-birth heavenly sons. How many clansmen could there be? There was probably no end to it. You 2 pieces of trash, you still can't destroy this area after so long. In the huge sacred mountain, the other son of heaven's clansman berated the failed son of heaven. We've already swept through the area nearby and accidentally passed by the area you're in charge of. If not for that, wouldn't you have been eliminated? Truly throwing away the face of our Tianzi clan. Listen to their conversation. Xiao Dai was unprecedentedly solemn. As expected, there were many Tianzi clansmen. At this moment, however, the faces of the 2 son of heaven clansmen that failed were unconvinced. You guys don't know what we encountered. Exactly. Not only did he have the sacred physique of the human clan, but he also encountered the descendant of the 9-colored chaos butterfly. Although it is a variant, it is still terrifyingly strong. If you don't believe me, you can try fighting one-on-one. Let's see if you can still do it so easily. Hearing this, the group of Tianzi clansmen were shocked. 9-colored chaos butterfly? How is that possible? They were clearly exterminated, and not a single one is left. Where did their descendants come from? Many of the Tianzi's clansmen were shocked. It was as if they were afraid of the 9-colored Chaos Butterfly clan. However, they soon realized something. Fortunately, the emperors started the epoch destruction. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that such a threat had been born in the absolute beginning realm. Don't talk nonsense. Take advantage of the fact that this remnant hasn't matured and exterminate it. His voice fell. The huge palm slammed toward the sacred mountain where Little Butterfly was hiding with a domineering momentum. This attack was much stronger than the previous one. If Xiao Dai was hiding here, she would definitely be shattered into a bloody mist. She gritted her teeth, bit through the sacred mountain, and crawled out from the corner. But the Tianzi clansmen were already prepared. The huge palm pressed down hard, crushing the little butterfly that flew out. Xiao Dai was flustered. His heart was full of despair. It's over. However, at this moment, a petal appeared out of nowhere and brushed past Xiao Dai's shoulder. There was no sound at all. The giant palm that was pressing down from behind Xiao Dai dissipated into thin air. Xiao Dai turned her head, and an unbelievable scene was reflected in her eyes. The petal shattered the giant black palm into dust. Moreover, the petal's momentum did not decrease. They bombarded the huge sacred mountain. There was a loud rumble. The sacred mountain had actually shattered. 12 grotesquely shaped stone statues escaped from the sacred mountain in a panic. They gathered together, and horror condensed on their stone faces. The flower of the stone mirror of Goddess Mirrorflower. They looked toward the source of the petal. They saw Su Yu sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he was holding a stone mirror in his hand, walking through the air. In the stone mirror, the flower was faintly discernible, making the Tianzi clansmen shudder. What's going on? How could the stone mirror of Goddess Mirrorflower be in the hands of the human sacred physique? A stone statue let out a cry of disbelief. Goddess Mirrorflower had been dead for many years. The stone mirror that she controlled was even more intricate. Su Yu, a human sacred physique, how could he obtain it? What was even more shocking was that he could activate it. Su Yu stepped forward and came to Xiao Dai's side. Looking at the blood on her chest, he smiled softly. You've worked hard. Xiao Dai was stunned. Looking at the stone mirror in Su Yu's hand again, she could not help but feel frustrated. I've worked so hard to evolve, but I'm still not as lucky as you. I can't accept this. Su Yu was a little speechless. To be honest, he was the one who couldn't accept this. Xiao Dai slept quietly, and when she woke up, she became a peerless expert. He had to go through countless trials of life and death. Finally, at the risk of being strangled to death, he accidentally obtained a stone mirror that could only be used temporarily. Not bad. The stone mirror could only be used temporarily. A closer look would reveal that there was already a slight crack on the surface of the stone mirror. After releasing a petal, the crack appeared. Moreover, the petal in the stone mirror did not grow back. It was predictable. When all the petals were used up, the stone mirror was completely broken. This is not the real stone mirror after all, Su Yu secretly guessed. The real stone mirror should still be in the hands of that stone statue. The stone mirror before him was most likely a product of the strange dream. Just like Su Yu's secret technique of one thought is real, which could create lifelike objects. But this is enough. Su Yu put away the stone mirror and looked at the 12 Tianzi clansmen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At first, he had also misunderstood that the one in the holy mountain was the stone fetus of the Tianzi. He used to wonder why they didn't do it themselves. Now he finally understood. Their strength was not very strong, and they were just borrowing the power of the holy mountain. Therefore, they did not dare to do it themselves. Now the holy mountain was destroyed. They were exposed. Su Yu's oil lamp rose slowly. Now, after a lot of faith tempering, he was already a first-rate saint body. He did not need to force his heart to beat, and he could erupt with amazing power. The people of the holy mountain, kill without mercy. Su Yu's heart was surging with murderous intent. He turned into a colorful sword and suddenly stabbed forward. Xiao Dai was not willing to fall behind. "A bunch of bastards, how dare you offend me, humph." Seeing the two of them coming, the faces of the 12 Tianzi clansmen changed slightly. However, there was no panic on their faces. "Saint body of the human race, 9-colored chaos butterfly, if you do not die, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. The era will be destroyed, and no creature can escape. You are going against heaven, and you will not have a good end." Xiao Dai laughed angrily. "Since nothing can escape, why can you not die?" Xiao Dai snorted. One of the Tianzi clansmen said indifferently, "We are the creators of Tai Chu, and we have to manage the world. Naturally, we cannot die. What a joke. Casually letting others die, and then withdrawing from the matter with a peace of mind." Xiao Dai sneered. "Then, I want to see, if you die, will the world be happy or unhappy?" The two of them attacked. The 12 Tianzi clansmen gathered together. Chapter 28:13. In that brilliance, Su Yu noticed the fusion of many domains. Among them was the space domain. Swish. The 12 members of the Tianzi clan disappeared on the spot. Su Yu chased after them, his eyes cold. His palm grabbed at the spot where they had disappeared. He grabbed an arm out of thin air. He used a powerful domain to grab the members of the Tianzi clan who had been teleported away. The members of the Tianzi clan were tightly packed together. Grabbing one person, he dragged the other members of the Tianzi clan back. Finally, the members of the Tianzi clan finally panicked. They immediately tried to release their domains to escape again. However, Su Yu merely tapped the tip of his foot lightly, and the domains released by them were all shattered. "Using domains in front of me, you probably don't know who you are fighting against," Su Yu said lightly. The members of the Tianzi race turned pale with fright. They hurriedly said, "Human race Saint Physique, if you touch even a single hair on us, it will definitely affect the rest of the Tianzi race. At that time, they will all gather here. Will you be able to withstand it?" Su Yu heard this. He looked at the Tao abyss. In the state of the sacred body, he clearly sensed that there were extremely intense fluctuations near the Tao abyss. The intensity of those fluctuations was 100 times stronger than here. The Tao abyss was the main target of the destruction of the era. The Heaven Court was just one of them. However, just as Su Yu was hesitating, Xiao Dai suddenly sensed something and opened her mouth to bite at the void. The void was bitten into pieces. An echoing sound was heard. The message in the sound was that there was a strong enemy in the Heaven Court and they had always come to support. Xiao Dai grinned. "Delay us and inform your companions to come?" She was courting death. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he asked, "Is this the only message?" Xiao Dai shook her head. "There were several of them. I only had time to stop one of them. In other words, the rest of the message had been conveyed. Reinforcements would come soon. Moreover, it was likely to be 10 times or even dozens of times the current destructive power." Su Yu looked at the members of the Tianzi clan. The latter's face was pale, and he hurriedly said, "Sacred body of the human clan, think about it carefully. If you touch us, the consequences will be very serious." Su Yu smiled coldly. "Don't you think this is nonsense? The best result is that you destroy us. What could be more serious than that?" A mass of sacred body power condensed in his palm. His eyes were extremely indifferent. "Originally, I wanted to spare your lives, but since you've already informed your companions, I can only send you on your way." The power of the sacred body in his palm turned into a ball of flame and instantly ignited the 12 stone statues. It was strange to say. Even though their cultivations weren't strong, they were still peak Daolord level existences. In addition, he was a member of the Tianzi clan, so he had many secret treasures. No matter what, he would be able to resist for a while. But who knew? As soon as it was ignited by the power of the sacred body, it was immediately burned to ashes. There wasn't even the slightest bit of resistance. Even Xiao Dai blinked her eyes in confusion. "Is the power of your sacred body that powerful?" Even Su Yu was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood. It should be because they are from the Son of Heaven's clan. It shouldn't have such a terrifying effect on others. To be able to kill the Stonebirth Son of Heaven one had to have a sacred mortal body. The two were each other's nemesis. The son of heaven's clansman should also be within the range of being restrained. Therefore, the power of Su Yu's holy body was extremely lethal to them. Really? Xiao Dai was a little skeptical. Su Yu said impatiently, "Why don't I give you a try?" "How dare you?" Xiao Dai immediately bared her teeth. Su Yu withdrew the power of the sacred body, looked at the distant Tao abyss, and said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here any longer. The son of heaven's clan of the Tao abyss may arrive soon." Xiao Dai deeply agreed. Thinking of the son of heaven's clan of the holy mountain everywhere in Taichu, she felt very uneasy. "But where can we escape to?" Xiao Dai asked. Today's Taichu had become a bloody slaughterhouse. Nowhere was safe. "There is a place, maybe we can go and have a look," Su Yu murmured. He immediately used a powerful magical power to repair the shattered heavenly court. Then he controlled the heavenly court and galloped all the way in the void. In the vast void, wherever they passed, most of the places had been destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The meteorites that used to be everywhere were nowhere to be seen. Not even a speck of dust. It was extremely clean. Only a few places would encounter some islands that were resisting stubbornly and were ruthlessly destroyed by the Son of Heaven's clan. If one of the Son of Heaven's clan couldn't do it, they would find companions elsewhere. Until the victory of resistance was completely obliterated into nothingness. At this moment, the entire void, except for the Tao Abyss and the Heavenly Court who were still resisting, the rest of the forces had almost all been wiped out. Unless there was an existence from the previous era, which was the powerful person that the sinful lady mentioned. If they could control the lotus of evil traversing, they could probably avoid destruction again. "The destruction of the era is coming to an end," Su Yu said secretly. But it was coming to an end that was even more terrifying. Because more and more forces would notice them. In the midst of galloping, they finally arrived at an area. Here. No one was unfamiliar with it. It was the old site of the 8-star civilization of the past. Of course, the 8-star civilization had completely fallen apart, leaving nothing behind. After the destruction of the holy mountain, there was not even a speck left. However, in such a cleanly destroyed place, there was an extremely small island. "Is that the place where we used to come?" Xiao Dai recognized it at a glance, a little incredulous. This small island was no other place. It was the outer region. It included many places of civilization below the 7-star civilization. They all came from the outer region. The strange thing was, the remains of the 8-star civilization were completely destroyed. This small island was safe and sound. It was really strange. "Just as I expected," Su Yu murmured. He stroked the air with his palm. The small island shook for a while, shaking off the stones all over it, revealing a huge platform. The platform was old and broken, and it looked a little like a lotus. The lotus of evil traversing? Xiao Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. The outer region where they had been living turned out to be a giant lotus of evil traversing. "How did you know?" Xiao Dai was extremely surprised. She would never connect that small broken outer region with the giant lotus of evil traversing. Su Yu said calmly, "Have you never wondered why there are so many ancestor-level existences in our small outer region? Not to mention the deer ancestor, there was still the trapped insect ancestor, the snake ancestor, and the other 2 ancestors. The furthest was a human demon from the previous era. How did they survive the destruction of the previous era? Moreover, why did Dao Tai hide in this small outer region? He didn't understand before. As the end of the era approached, how could he not understand? The outer region was a magical place that could shelter them. Chapter 28:14. Little Butterfly came to a realization. That's right. Speaking of which, our outer realm is indeed strange. There aren't many ancestor-level figures among the 8-star civilizations, but our small outer realm has appeared one after another. Seriously, we worked so hard to get out of the outer realm, thinking that the 8-star civilizations were the hope to avoid the apocalypse. Who knew that the outer realms were the true holy lands? After going around and around, he finally returned to the starting point. Su Yu did not think that it was a waste of time. At the very least, he had gained many elemental domains in the 8-star civilization and had grown greatly. It was impossible for the outer realms to provide him with such things. There's no time to lose. Let's go, Suyu said. But he was not optimistic about the gigantic evil crossing Lotus constellation. It had experienced the destruction of an era. It was already riddled with holes. There were a few ghastly gaps in several places. It was really hard to say if they could withstand another epoch destruction this time. However, let's go in first. The Heavenly Court's battleship instantly entered the outer realm through the gap. What entered his eyes was a familiar world. The world that was once incomparably vast in his eyes was now viewed through the eyes of a peak Tao Lord. In fact, it was extremely insignificant. One could see the end of the outer realms with a single glance. Suddenly, they had just arrived. Several familiar fluctuations flashed and then disappeared, quietly hiding. Suyu was very familiar with one of them. The Heavenly Court's battleship rumbled past and arrived at a small island floating in the void. There was an empty Daoist temple on it. Suyu stood at the top of the battleship and said indifferently, "Lu Zhu, how have you been?" The Taoist temple hesitated for a moment before a figure emerged from within. It was none other than Ancestor Lu. As always, he was wearing a Daoist robe. Ancestor Lu stared at Celestial Court's battleship with deep fear in his eyes. "The era of destruction is upon us. All living beings should unite as one. You can stay here as long as you want, but please do not engage in senseless slaughter." His words rang in his ears. Suyu chuckled. This Ancestor Lu had long known that the outer domain was a gigantic evil crossing Lotus. He leaped down from the Heavenly Court's warship. He appeared beside Lu Zhu. When he saw Suyu's figure, Lu Zhu was shocked. "Suyu, I'm really honored that you still remember me," Suyu said calmly. Ancestor Lu's expression was complicated as he sighed. "Welcome back, sacred physique Su." Suyu stared at Lu Zhu. He felt that this person was too mysterious. "You knew long ago that Madame Poisonous Life knew the path of the saint body evolution, so you spared her life on purpose, didn't you?" Suyu asked. Back then, Madame Du Ming was relentlessly pursuing Suyu. Along the way, they encountered a strange light of destruction, and their lives were in danger. It was the light divine deer who led them to hide in the Daoist temple. As a result, Madame Poison Life was seriously injured. Originally, Suyu could have ended his life, but Lu Zhu intervened and saved him. From the looks of it, Ancestor Lu knew many things. "I guess so," Ancestor Lu said helplessly. He paused for a moment. Ancestor Lu said, "May I ask how is sacred body Su's strength now?" He had once made a promise with Suyu. If one day, Suyu's strength broke through the realm of the Heavenly Law Master, he would be able to answer a question. What kind of place was the outer world? Why were there 4 ancient gods' cenotaphs here? Why were there so many ancestor-level experts? Why would the Daotai hold the 9 dragons' ancient god domain in its mouth and hide here? The number of Heaven Law Masters who have died at my hands is already in the double digits, Suyu said calmly. Ancestor Lu's pupils shrank, and his bitterness deepened. "I underestimated the power of the sacred body. Then, let me answer your questions from back then." However, Suyu waved his hand and said, "There is no need for that." Those questions, Suyu already understood without needing an answer. This was because this was the giant nightmare crossing Lotus, and the ancient gods of the past had been destroyed by the combined forces of the Master and the Son of Heaven. This had led to the death of 4 ancient gods. Hence, the ancient god Jolong had buried their cenotaphs on this platform. What I want to ask is, how do I activate this nightmare crossing Lotus? Suyu asked. The nightmare crossing Lotus could not be activated just by entering it. It required a strong person to activate it from the inside, so that it would have the ability to resist attacks from the outside. Ancestor Lu's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. He said, "Do you remember the light of destruction that almost wiped out you, Madame Du Ming, and the others?" "Of course I remember," Suyu murmured. Back then, from the westernmost area, which was even deeper than the West Pole Market, there would be destructive divine lights shot out from time to time. "What does it have to do with that?" Suyu asked. Ancestor Lu said, "Of course it does. Because that is the control center of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus. It was damaged during the destruction of the previous era, so it would go out of control every once in a while and burst forth with destructive power." So that was it. Su Yu was puzzled. Where did the light of destruction come from? It turned out to be the control center of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus. That was where most of the power of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus was gathered. The slightest leak would cause the world to be destroyed. It was fortunate that the entire outer realm was not destroyed. "Lead the way," Su Yu said. Ancestor Lu was extremely emotional. Back then, when the ancient god Jiulong came to the cenotaphs of the four great ancient gods, he said that when the era was destroyed, he would come and restore it, but, now, the destruction of the era had already begun. The ancient god Jiulong had not come. Fortunately, Su Yu had come. Otherwise, Su Yu said calmly, "If you are talking about the clone of the ancient god Jiulong, he would not be able to come, because he is already dead." Hearing that, Ancestor Lu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that it was Su Yu who had sensed the human race's sacred body. He was so powerful that he could destroy the clone of the ancient god Jiulong. Instead of the ancient god Jiulong, the human race's sacred body, which was even more powerful than the clone of the ancient god Jiulong, appeared. "Please follow me." Ancestor Lu led the way, speeding to the westernmost part of the outer realm. An hour later, they arrived at a world of flames that reached the heavens. There, raging flames burned, occasionally bursting forth with destructive black light. Seeing the black light, Su Yu could not be more familiar. The black light that had almost destroyed him back then did not feel the slightest threat now that he was in close contact with it. Once his strength increased, any problem would be easily solved. The doubts that he could not understand back then, the difficulties that he could not overcome, were no longer problems. Whoosh! Su Yu opened his mouth and blew. A strong gust of wind blew, extinguishing the raging flames that reached the sky. The true appearance under the raging flames was revealed. It was a huge earthy yellow ball. It was the size of a small mountain. On the surface of the ball, there was a ghastly gap. It must have been severely damaged by the destruction of the era. There was an unknown energy flowing within the ball. However, only a shallow layer was left. There was not much left. When the ancient god Jiulong came, there were no raging flames, right? Su Yu asked. Ancestor Lu said bitterly, "Yes." Not long after he left, the rich energy inside began to spontaneously combust because it had accumulated too much. Since then, it has been unstoppable and has never been extinguished. Chapter 28:15. It's been burning for too long, and there's not much energy left in it. Su Yu stared at the thin layer of energy, worried. He had finally found the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus. But in the end, let's give it a try first. Su Yu came before the round ball. Fortunately, he already knew how to forge the Nightmare Crossing Lotus after tens of thousands of years of study. In addition, there were many leftover materials from repairing the small Nightmare Crossing Lotus. Hence, repairing it was very easy. A few days later, the gap was completely repaired. Let's try activating it. Su Yu pressed his palm on the round ball, imbuing it with his peak Pathmaster strength. The energy inside immediately exploded. The whole round ball released a dazzling yellow light. In the void of the outer region, the rumbling sound of gears grinding could be heard everywhere. The sound was earth-shattering. The scattered islands and small civilizations were all attracted by some kind of power and gathered in the center of the void. Looking from top to bottom, it could be seen that the many civilizations gathered to form an existence in the shape of a lotus. Then, the void, which was dark all year round, shone with dazzling light from all directions, expelling the darkness and illuminating the interior of the outer region. Many rays of light focused on the lotus in the center. It reflected a holy and beautiful light. That scene left Xiao Dai dumbfounded. The outer region we stayed in is like this. But that was not all. Countless crystals appeared on the land of the outer region, piecing together to form a natural giant screen. On the screen, everything in the outside world was reflected. Any unknown object approaching the Nightmare Crossing Lotus could be detected in advance. Creak, then. Countless sounds of friction could be heard. Ancient cannons protruded from the outside of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus, aiming in all directions. Unimaginable power gathered within each cannon. Even the sacred mountain that could destroy the world might be shattered. There were no less than 10,000 similar cannons. Su Yu's eyes were filled with shock. Who built this Nightmare Crossing Lotus? Su Yu asked in shock. Such a thing could not be built even with all the resources of the current era. It was hard to imagine how prosperous the previous era must have been. How unparalleled and powerful were those supreme beings? It was precisely because of this that they were able to create such a destructive Nightmare Crossing Lotus. However, Su Yu's face immediately became gloomy again. The peerless prodigies of the previous era were so powerful, so how terrifying would the ill-doing Lotus be? However, they still ended up being destroyed. Currently, they only had a dilapidated gigantic evil crossing Lotus throne. How could they withstand the destruction of an era? But he didn't show any signs of worry. Instead, he displayed boundless confidence. We are confident that we can survive the destruction of this era, under Su Yu's arrangement. From the Heavenly Court's battleships, he deployed capable people to control the huge evil crossing Lotus throne. Right now, they could only pray that this era's destruction would be weaker than the last era's. Otherwise, he shook his head. Su Yu returned to the Heavenly Court's battleship. The sinful lady was still refining silently. For some unknown reason, not only was her refinement completely silent, she herself didn't reveal any fierce aura. He didn't change at all. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yu felt an enormous power lying dormant. That power caused his heart to palpitate. Once released, it would definitely be an existence that could destroy the heavens and earth. Was that the power of her peak state? No wonder she could defeat all the strong enemies of the current era. Even the number one ancient god, the ancient god Jiolong, was mercilessly beaten into the abyss by her. Then, Su Yu patrolled the various places outside the region. Looking at the familiar civilizations and places that seemed familiar, he couldn't help but sigh. 100 years had passed. There are too many unforgettable memories here, Su Yu murmured in his heart. All of a sudden, a hurried sound interrupted his thoughts. It was the screen on the ground in the void. An alarm sounded. He looked down. 2 red dots of light flickered on the screen. When the dots of light approached, it could be clearly seen that they were 2 holy mountains. They were responsible for destroying the nearby holy mountains and the people of the heavenly suns. At this moment, they walked over again and cleaned up the areas that had not been destroyed. The remnants of the ill-doing Lotus throne from the previous era are really troublesome. This thing is the most difficult to destroy. The 2 heavenly suns looked helpless. They had previously controlled the holy mountains to destroy the nearby areas. However, they didn't shake the ill-doing Lotus throne in the slightest. According to the Heavenly Sun's decree, if we encounter the ill-doing Lotus throne, if we can't destroy it, we have to clean up the interior. The 2 holy mountains immediately arrived at the gap. With how terrifying the holy mountains were, the 2 holy mountains only needed to release a golden light at the gap to destroy everything in the ill-doing Lotus throne. However, before they even got close, 2 huge black cannons were slowly raised and aimed at them. The 2 heavenly suns were shocked. This ill-doing Lotus throne is being controlled by someone. Impossible. This ill-doing Lotus throne has already been destroyed. It is impossible for anyone to successfully repair it in the current era. But they were answered by 2 jet-black beams of light shot out from the huge cannons. Boom! The jet-black beams of light were extremely terrifying. In an instant, they pierced through the 2 holy mountains. Even the 2 heavenly suns inside were killed on the spot. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The power of the huge cannons was much stronger than he had imagined. But when he looked at the energy within the ball, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. There was not much energy left to begin with, and it had obviously decreased by another layer. Huge cannons, withdraw them all, Su Yu said helplessly. If they relied on the huge cannons, it wouldn't take long for all the energy to be depleted. They couldn't even put up any defense. Creak creak, the tens of thousands of huge cannons were all withdrawn helplessly. But Right at that moment, the crystal screen below rang with a frantic alarm once again. This time, it wasn't just ringing twice. It was incessantly ringing. Looking down, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. On the screen, there were hundreds of densely packed red dots sweeping towards them at an alarming speed. Su Yu's expression was extremely grave. The main forces of the Holy Mountain had finally noticed them and were chasing after them. Activate the defense, Su Yu bellowed. Under his control, the entire outer space rumbled. On the surface of the ill-doing Lotus Throne, clear markings appeared. Those markings were the defensive measures of the huge ill-doing Lotus Throne. Rumble, hundreds of holy mountains had finally arrived. They were connected together, incomparably huge. In terms of size, they were dozens of times the size of the entire huge ill-doing Lotus Throne. The blinding golden light they emitted was beyond shocking. And under the huge holy mountain, there was a towering giant palm, supporting the holy mountain as it advanced. That palm was many times larger than the huge ill-doing Lotus Throne. Be on guard, Su Yu bellowed. Boundless golden beams of light shot out from under the huge holy mountain. There were so many of them, and they were so powerful that they could destroy the warship in an instant. However, they bombarded the tortoiseshell markings, but did not cause any damage. Chapter 28:16. Its defense was so powerful that it left everyone in awe. This was the Nightmare Crossing Lotus. A divine object that the powerful beings of the previous era had painstakingly researched. The combined attack of 100 holy mountains could do nothing to it. The holy mountains were obviously not satisfied. They continued to release golden beams of light and tried their best to find a weak point. But the turtle pattern had almost no blind spots. No matter how they attacked, it was impenetrable. An angry will came from within the holy mountains. The giant palm, representing the 100 sons of heaven, attacked the Nightmare Crossing Lotus in unison. Rumble, it smashed into the turtle pattern. Finally, it caused the turtle pattern to shake violently, but it was still stable. The people of the heavenly court were shocked for a moment, but they gradually showed confidence. With such a powerful defense, why would they be afraid of the destruction of the era? They would not be worried even if they were 10 times stronger. Only Su Yu and a few others standing in the central control area were more worried. The short bombardment just now had already reduced the remaining energy by another layer. They could not hold on for long. This cannot go on. Su Yu held the stone mirror. Xiao Dai, look after the present. He leaped out of the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus. He came to the sky. He looked up at the incomparably vast holy mountain, his eyes cold. Yo, there is someone who is not afraid of death. I think he is here to ask for peace. Unfortunately, we are not fighting a war, but a one-sided massacre. The group of sons of heaven mocked. Su Yu smiled coldly. You think too much. I am not here to ask for peace, but to send you on your way. He took out the stone mirror and activated it. Petal after petal flew out from within. At this moment, the sons of heaven finally cried out in shock. That is the mirror flower Tianzi's stone mirror. Rumble, the sacred mountains, which were originally clustered together, actually scattered in all directions due to different reactions, retreating frantically one after another. Unfortunately, it was too late. Petals swirled, lingering in the void. Accompanied by a soft explosion, the petals swept up, blowing up all the holy mountains in the sky. The Son of Heaven's clansmen fled in panic and activated the life-saving techniques they carried with them as they fled for their lives. As they fled, they sent out distress signals. There is a strong enemy in the 103 area. This area is requesting support. No matter what, they had never thought of it. Not only did he succeed in activating a small broken grievous crossing lotus. Moreover, a pitilessly ferocious and valiant existence had emerged from within. He had destroyed 100 of their sacred mountains in one go. Even the damage at the Tao Abyss was not as intense and terrifying as this. You want to leave? Su Yu was already prepared for this. His whole body emitted 9 colored waves of light, which formed a ripple that radiated in all directions. Cries of agony were heard one after another. Except for a small number of people. Most of the Son of Heaven's clansmen were restrained by the power of the sacred body. It had been verified before. To them, the power of the sacred body was like water to fire. Just the restraint alone was enough to cause them intense pain. Just like that, 100 Tianzi were captured alive. With a wave of Su Yu's palm, all of them were pressed toward him. Then, he set up restrictions on them one by one. If they made any strange movements, they could be annihilated at the first moment. Sacred body Su, are you capturing us to make us hostages? One of the Son of Heaven's clansmen had a look of contempt in his eyes. If that's the case, you're thinking too much. We, the Son of Heaven, will not be threatened by others. The rest of the Son of Heaven will destroy us and all of you into nothingness. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Who told you that I would take you as hostages? Many of the Son of Heaven's clansmen were slightly stunned. You didn't. Then why did you capture us? Su Yu's eyes were filled with a faint cold light. Of course, I want you to bring a surprise gift to your companions. At the same time, I will also send you on your way so that you can meet the main force as soon as possible. What are you trying to do? Su Yu did not speak. Instead, he silently activated the restrictions. The restrictions that were placed on their bodies were not just to control their life and death. They could also control their consciousnesses. All of a sudden, the rebellious Son of Heaven's clansmen quietened down. Their eyes were clear, and there was no sign of their consciousnesses being controlled. Go back and wait for my orders. Yes, Master. They left immediately. Crack. Su Yu's hand suddenly shook. Looking down, the stone mirror in his palm had finally broken into 7 or 8 pieces. In the end, it still broke. Su Yu sighed helplessly. It was such a powerful treasure. It would be great if he could get another piece. But thinking of the ghastly stone statue in the darkness, he still shook his head. Seeing the stone statue again, he did not know if he could come back alive. Back at the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat, there was jubilation. Lu Zhu was extremely excited. He had never imagined that Su Yu would be so powerful. There were 100 holy mountains. A single holy mountain could destroy all the living creatures in the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat. He asked himself. Against the holy mountains, they would have no power to fight back. They would be destroyed in an instant. What more 100? But he did not know. Su Yu was also at the end of his rope. There was nothing in his hands that could threaten the holy mountains. Even if a holy mountain came, he might not be able to deal with it by himself. Slivers of despair spread in Su Yu's heart. The main force of the holy mountains should have received the news by now, right? As expected. They would make their move soon. Rumble. At that moment, the entire giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat was shaking. The giant screen below was in chaos. The image displayed was a chaotic scene of reverse flow. We are moving. Lu Zhu was the most familiar with the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat, and immediately exclaimed, "What? Moving?" Su Yu immediately cast his senses into the distance. A moment later, his expression was extremely ugly. The people of the Tianzi clan used some kind of magical power to pull the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat over, Su Yu said in a low voice. The people of the Tianzi clan did not have the time to come here. Hence, they planned to pull the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat over and destroy it together. Activate the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat with all your might and break free from the pull, Su Yu said in a low voice. However, the pulling force was incomparably magnificent. No matter how much energy was consumed in the ball, it could not change the fact that the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat was being pulled over. Holy Su, what should we do? Give up on the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat? Everyone looked at Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was grave. After a moment of silence, he said, "Stay here." Although the world was vast, it had been completely destroyed, and there was no place to hide in the outside world. Even if they encountered a holy mountain, it could destroy all of them. Only the giant Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat might be able to withstand it. But if we go there, we will definitely die. Lu Zhu's heart was filled with despair. The Dao Abyss was the holy mountain's main target of destruction. There were many holy mountains there, perhaps thousands. Chapter 28:17. No matter how powerful Suyu was, he couldn't possibly fight so many holy mountains head-on, could he? Suyu pondered for a long time and said, "For now, we can only seize the opportunity to enter the Dao Abyss." If there was still a place for him to stay, the only answer was Dao Yuan. There were as many experts there as there were clouds. Only by heading there, they might be able to fight against the sacred mountain with the many top experts in the Dao Abyss. So, we'll beat them at their own game now. We'll follow the guiding force and reach the vicinity of the Dao Abyss. Then, we'll enter the Dao Abyss before they break through the nightmare-crossing lotus seat, Suyu said. Xiao Dai had a troubled look on her face as she whispered, "But our relationship with Dao Yuan isn't that good, right?" There were ancient god tribes in the Dao Abyss. Suyu and the leader of the ancient gods, the ancient god Jiulong, were locked in a heated argument. If he could enter the Dao Abyss, before the destruction of the era began, Suyu led the Heavenly Court's battleship into it. Times have changed. Suyu calmly analyzed the situation. Previously, the Dao Abyss was guarded by many strong men. Now that the holy mountain has been destroyed, I'm afraid more than half of them have died. They can't even pray for themselves. Why would they have the time to care about us breaking into the Dao Abyss? On second thought, Xiao Dai agreed. The thousands of sacred mountains had been bombarding the Dao Abyss from the very beginning. No matter how powerful they were more or less exterminated. How could he control them? The plan is feasible. Everyone looked at each other and immediately made a decision. Rather than dying, it was better to fight to the death. Everyone immediately mobilized and made sufficient preparations. He tried his best to charge into the Dao Abyss as soon as he arrived. Time ticked by. In just half a day, they were pulled to the vicinity of the Dao Abyss by a powerful force. True enough. The sky above the Dao Abyss was golden, and it was filled with incomparably vast sacred mountains. They were connected together, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the endless Dao Abyss below. Boundless and powerful golden light beams shot toward the Dao Abyss. Such a world-shaking scale was exceptionally terrifying. It was unimaginable. There was nothing in the world that could not be destroyed. They were still a distance away from the Dao Abyss. Of the 1,000 holy mountains, 100 holy mountains immediately split off and charged over with surging auras. Everyone immediately became serious. Without the stone mirror, the 100 sacred mountains would be a calamity to them. How long can it sustain the flight of the nightmare-crossing lotus? Suyu asked. Ancestor Lu glanced at the thin layer of energy and said, "At most the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. If there are more attacks, it will be difficult to last even half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Violent attacks would also consume energy. Whether we can escape or not depends on the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Suyu stared at the rapidly approaching holy mountain and bellowed, "Charge!" In an instant. The gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation that was gliding silently suddenly increased its speed. He charged out of the encirclement of the 100 sacred mountains in an instant. The 100 saint mountains did not expect that the heavily damaged evil crossing lotus could still burst forth with such astonishing speed. Roaring, the 100 sacred mountains immediately changed directions and resumed their pursuit. The gigantic Nirmanakaya lotus was like a loach in time and space. Before the other 900 sacred mountains could react, it had already entered the Dao Abyss. True enough. After being bombarded by the Dao Abyss, the corrosive mist that covered the Dao Abyss had long since vanished. The ancient land was also full of holes from the bombardment. Even the underground abyss was smashed out. The many tribal creatures on the land were also completely wiped out. Not a single one was left. Only in the depths of the Dao Abyss, groups of tribes were still stubbornly resisting. "Go over," Suyu said immediately. The gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation immediately swooped down and fled towards the depths of the Dao Abyss. The 100 sacred mountains that were chasing after them, as well as the 900 sacred mountains that had reacted, attacked the intruding gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation together. Tens of thousands of golden light beams attacked it violently. Most of them were right in the middle of the evil crossing lotus constellation. Rumble. The gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation shook violently. The tortoiseshell pattern on it flickered rapidly, as if it was about to be destroyed. However, it was still barely holding on. Borrowing this force, the gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation fled towards the depths of the Tao abyss at an even faster speed. However, at this critical moment, the sphere in the central control let out a long, sharp cry. Everyone fixed their eyes on it, and their expressions changed drastically. The last trace of energy in the sphere had finally been exhausted. Having lost its energy support, the gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation could not even bear its own weight, let alone fly. The gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation plummeted rapidly. The tortoiseshell pattern on it also faded rapidly because it had lost its energy support. The people on the lotus constellation noticed this and were all horrified. If the evil crossing lotus constellation were to fall just like that, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Let's go. Leave the evil crossing lotus constellation. Suyu activated the warship and decisively left the evil crossing lotus constellation. Fortunately, Suyu had sent Qinxiana to the gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation and moved all the creatures out. Now, only Lu Zhu and a few other strong men were still inside. At this moment, they were on the warship again. The gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation was only an empty shell that could be left or left at will. Swoosh! The Heavenly Court's warship flew out in time the moment the gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation fell, speeding away into the distance. However, they had not flown far. An incomparably thick beam of golden light locked onto them and crashed towards them fiercely. Now that the Heavenly Court's warship had lost all its defenses, how could it withstand even a single attack from the golden light beam? Moreover, the golden light beam in front of them was jointly released by the 10 sacred mountains. How could they withstand it? At this critical moment, Xiao Dai stepped forward bravely. The 2 butterfly pupils in her eyes flew out and fanned towards the oncoming golden light beam. Instantly, more than half of the golden light beam disappeared. But the remaining light beam still came. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth and spread the wings on her back, swallowing frantically. She also sped up the time to devour. Unfortunately, the light beam was too huge. In the end, only 1/10 of it shot over. Seeing that the Heavenly Court's warship was about to withstand the destructive attack of the golden light beam, Suyu gritted his teeth and leaped forward. With his upper-tier holy mortal body, he transformed into a shadow of 1,000 feet in an attempt to resist the light beam. Boom! The illusion shattered with a loud bang. His body was also destroyed and crushed. Suyu's body was immediately blown into a cloud of blood mist. The power of the golden light beam was too strong, and it was not something that a person could withstand. Xiao Dai's expression changed drastically, but she had no time to grieve. The bloody fog enveloped a stone heart, and Suyu was rapidly reconstructed. No matter how strong the golden light beam was, it could do nothing to the heart of Emperor Jinhua. Therefore, Suyu used his own body to block the light beam. The sacrifice was worth it. The Heavenly Court's warship was saved. Let's go. Before the rest of the light beam attacked, Suyu drove the Heavenly Court's warship and quickly escaped. In the blink of an eye, he successfully passed many tribes. He reached the depths of the Tao abyss. There was a rumbling sound behind him. Chapter 28:18. We are safe for the time being. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The journey was more daunting than dangerous. Even though he had lost the gigantic evil crossing lotus. But at least he made it to this place alive. Who are you? Several living beings with hurried expressions rushed to where the Heavenly Court's battleship had crashed and questioned. This scene was within their expectations. Suyu sized up the few creatures. Not all of them were descendants of the ancient gods. Most of them were living beings that had gathered here over the years. Only one of them was a descendant of an ancient god. Moreover, he was a descendant of ancient god Nine Dragon. The other living beings also began to regard this descendant of ancient god Nine Dragon as their leader. Speak. Where did you come from? The descendant of ancient god Nine Dragon barked. His appearance was far different from the descendants of ancient god Jiolong on the Heavenly Court's battleship. The ones on the Heavenly Court's warship were still in human form. But the descendant of ancient god Nine Dragon had a demonic form similar to the vicious beasts of the water. It was ferocious and vicious. None of your business. Suyu replied coldly. It was Suyu's restraint that he did not kill him on the spot. Impudent. The few living beings shouted angrily, "How dare you be so rude to Lord Golden Dragon?" The Golden Dragon narrowed its fierce eyes. Yu Guang looked at the Heavenly Court's battleship and gradually recognized it. Then his pupils shrank and he said in a low voice, "Are you Suyu?" The Heavenly Court's battleship had already been occupied by Suyu. Moreover, the descendants of the ancient god Jolong had all been killed by Suyu. How could the descendants of ancient god Jolong in the Tao Abyss not know? If you know, then why don't you get lost? Suyu asked calmly. The Golden Dragon retreated and said in a deep voice, "The grudges between you and the descendants of ancient god Nine Dragons have nothing to do with us. That's why you can stand and talk to me," Suyu said coldly. The descendants of the ancient god Jolong in the Tao Abyss hadn't interacted with Suyu at all. The Golden Dragon's expression eased slightly. Fortunately, Suyu wasn't as cruel as he had imagined. It was rumored that Suyu was extremely ferocious and that he would kill anyone he saw. That didn't seem to be the case. He was far calmer than he had imagined. "All right, since you're here, you'll have to shoulder the mission of resisting the era's destruction. Do you have any objections?" Suyu thought for a while and nodded slowly. "As long as it's a normal mission, of course I can." Every bit of strength was needed to resist the destruction of an era. Suyu had never thought that there would be an exception. However, if he deliberately arranged for the Heavenly Courts to be in an extremely dangerous place, then forgive me for not being able to agree. "All right, come with me to meet the commander of this region," said the Golden Dragon. The group immediately returned to the tribe. On the way, the Golden Dragon told Suyu about the general situation of the Tao Abyss. The Tao Abyss is divided into 3 levels: the Outer Abyss, the Middle Abyss, and the Inner Abyss. The Golden Dragon said, "The Outer Abyss is where you came before. It has already been scorched by the Sacred Mountain. All the defensive forces there have been destroyed, and the remaining forces have all retreated to the Middle Abyss where we are now." Suyu glanced at the deepest part of the Tao Abyss behind him. That place was overcast with dark clouds and lightning. What about the Inner Abyss? If he remembered correctly, most of the experts in the void had already escaped to the Tao Abyss, right? Now that the era was about to be destroyed, why would they stand idly by? Just relying on ordinary experts like them? The Inner Abyss is our last hope. The Golden Dragon sighed deeply. Suyu roughly understood. The Outer Abyss is divided into 10 battlefields. You are currently in the 9th battlefield. There are 8 defensive tribes in the 9th battlefield. They rely on the arrangements left by many powerful people to resist the destruction of the era. It is up to the commander to decide which defensive tribe you will be assigned to. The group of people came to the tent of the Central Army camp. Many creatures came in and out of the tent, passing on the latest battle situation from various places. From afar, one could see an extremely busy shadow inside. Moreover, it was a descendant of the ancient god Jolong. The ancient god Jolong had already managed this place like an iron bucket during the era of the Tao Abyss. "Lord Shanglong, a new group of experts has arrived at the Tao Abyss," the Golden Dragon said as he lifted the curtain. The Shanglong, who was processing the information, looked up in surprise. "There are still extraterrestrial creatures who can come to the Tao Abyss at this time? Not to mention that the extraterrestrial creatures had been bombarded by the Sacred Mountain to the point where not even dregs were left. Even if there were fish that slipped through the net, how did they successfully escape the pursuit of thousands of Sacred Mountains and run into the Tao Abyss?" He looked up, his blue and cold eyes sizing up Suyu. He recognized him immediately. A strong murderous aura emanated from his body. The sacred body of the human clan, Suyu? He slammed his palm on the table fiercely. "Guards!" The Golden Dragon immediately stopped him and said, "Please wait, Shanglong. The sacred body of Suyu has no ill intentions. If he really had ill intentions, he would have done so already. However, Why would the Shanglong listen to the opinions of his subordinates? His words were harsh. The sacred body of Su Yu is tyrannical and bloodthirsty. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. The misunderstanding that the creatures of the Tao Abyss had about him was profound. Who gave them the impression that Su Yu was bloodthirsty? The number of people he had killed was probably not even 1/100th of the number of people his ancestor, the ancient god Jiulong, had killed. Before Su Yu could speak, Xiao Dai, who was beside him, could not bear to watch any longer. She snorted coldly. You want to be a commander with such a brain? If Su Yu really wanted to kill you, do you think you can still talk to him like this? Xiao Dai opened her mouth and bit down. The defensive armor on the commander's body shattered with a crack. The defense on it was as if it was nothing. Moreover, the power of the middle stage heavenly law master that the commander had just condensed was instantly disintegrated into nothingness. The commander was horrified and stared at Xiao Dai in horror. Xiao Dai raised her chin. What are you so surprised about? Even I can kill you effortlessly, let alone Su Yu. Wake up. The golden dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. He had never looked at the young woman beside Su Yu seriously. Only now did he realize how terrifying she was. Anyone who could stay by the side of the sacred body of the human clan was no ordinary person. The golden dragon immediately lowered his voice and said, Lord Shanglong, this is a special time, please think of the bigger picture. Instead of wasting energy to strangle Su Yu, it was better to borrow Su Yu's power to resist the destruction of the holy mountain. Having witnessed Xiao Dai's power, the Shanglong finally came to his senses. Su Yu was able to lead the Heavenly Court's battleship from the void to this moment, and even pass through thousands of holy mountains. How could he be easy to deal with? If he really started an internal conflict now, he did not know how much he would have to pay. The Shanglong's expression gradually softened. He straightened his messy clothes and said, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. After pondering for a while, he said, since the sacred body Su is here, I will give you the position of deputy chief of the third tribe. You will go and assist the third tribe in resisting the destruction of the holy mountain. What do you think? Su Yu did not agree immediately. He said, let me look through the situation of each tribe first. Go ahead. Su Yu compared the current situation of each tribe on the table. An hour later, he nodded slightly. Although the situation of the third tribe was not the best, it was not too bad either. Shanglong had no ill intentions. All right, let's go now. After receiving a token from Shanglong, he immediately steered the Heavenly Court's battleship and sped over. After he left, Shanglong's face gradually became gloomy. Chapter 28:19. The Golden Dragon frowned. Lord Shanglong, why did you arrange for him to be in the third tribe? The commander there is not easy to deal with. There were still many things wrong with the Shanglong's arrangement. However, the Golden Dragon did not point it out. To prevent Su Yu and the Shanglong from fighting on the spot. Those who are not of our tribe must have different intentions, the Shanglong said lightly. The Golden Dragon sighed. In fact, we have no enmity with him. In a sense, we even have a common enemy. His tone was extremely secretive. He did not dare to mention who the enemy was. Then let's wait until he survives the destruction of the era, the Shanglong said lightly. Back to Su Yu. He came to the third tribe with the token in his hand. The tribe was located on a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak, from top to bottom, had been set up with a powerful formation. The formation was similar to the pattern of the evil crossing lotus throne. It flickered gently with a flickering glow. No wonder he could hold on for so long. Su Yu was surprised. Compared to the foundation and preparation of the Tao Abyss for an entire era, the preparations he had made over the years were still too hasty and too weak. It was far from being comparable to the Tao Abyss where the powerful people gathered. However, if the powerful people in the Tao Abyss knew that Su Yu, with limited resources, not only did he not get destroyed by the holy mountains, but he also destroyed hundreds of them, their jaws would drop. Because the holy mountains had besieged the Tao Abyss. Less than 50 holy mountains had been destroyed. What Su Yu had done was earth-shattering. Su Yu looked through the pattern and saw the creatures who were busy fighting. He found that the third tribe was very special. There were no descendants of the ancient gods. Most of them were a mix of forces. Among them, he even saw the flag of Nirvana. Thinking of the Nirvana monk who saved Jiyu Taishu, Su Yu felt disgusted. This force was too mysterious. Even the formless life Buddha had said this before. The one who created Nirvana must be a Buddhist expert, and he must be someone who was hidden from the world. Su Yu thought about it and said, "Let's disguise ourselves for now." His relationship with Nirvana was not very friendly. If it was not necessary, it was best not to meet them directly to avoid conflict. "Who are you?" Su Yu and the others had just finished disguising themselves when 2 patrols appeared in the tribe in a hurry. Without saying anything, Su Yu took out his beloved. The latter could not help but be surprised. Another deputy chief. Again. Su Yu heard the keywords. Could it be that something happened to the deputy chief in front? "Come in." Seeing the token, the patrolman opened an opening from the inside and let them in. It just so happens that the commander likes to command at the front lines. "I'll bring you there." Under the lead of the 2. They came to the front of the tribe. The tortoise patterns here faced the boundless golden beams of light. Numerous Earth Lord experts stood in front of the turtle pattern, continuously infusing energy into it. Maintain the operation of the turtle pattern. There were even quite a few masters of the heavenly law among them. Looking at them, Su Yu could not help but sigh. If the giant lotus of evil spirits also had so many unparalleled strong men, why would we have to worry about the destruction of the era? This tribe alone had no less than 10 million downlords and over 10,000 heavenly downlords. Their combined power was enough to maintain the tortoise pattern. At this moment, on a high platform in front of the formation, a bearded monk dressed in a kasaya with rough facial features was constantly giving orders to many experts. "The first batch will go and rest. The second batch will take over immediately," the bearded monk shouted. The first batch of exhausted experts immediately retreated. The second batch went to maintain the turtle pattern. Only by alternating constantly could the turtle pattern continue to operate. "Chief, the new deputy chief is here." 2 patrolmen came forward to report. The bearded bald man looked at Su Yu without much kindness in his eyes. "Newcomer? How many people did you bring?" Su Yu pointed at himself and Xiao Dai, as well as the heavenly court's warship behind them. "As you can see, only this many." The bearded bald man frowned. "What is the commander doing? Sending a ship full of useless trash. Apart from the 2 of you, what can the rest do? Do they have nothing to do?" Su Yu's eyes narrowed. "Please show some respect." Without the support of the common people, Su Yu would not have the first-rate holy body he had today. How could he allow them to be insulted so easily? Xiao Dai sized up the bearded bald man coldly. "The heavenly law master is at the peak of the early stage and is about to enter the middle stage. No wonder you are so arrogant. I wonder what other great achievements you have made." Being questioned in public, the bearded bald man said coldly, "Tell him the achievements of the third tribe." The 2 patrolmen looked at him as if he was ignorant and said, "Under the command of the chief, we persisted in destroying the world for 10 days without causing any casualties. We are the best among all the tribes." In addition, the chief seized the opportunity to destroy a holy mountain, which was highly recognized by the commander. After that, the bearded bald man said indifferently, "Is that enough?" Xiao Dai heard that. It was as if she had heard the funniest joke. "If I heard it right, you think being a turtle for 10 days is a great achievement? How could they be proud of that?" The Heavenly Court's warship had nothing, but not only did it block the attack, but it also successfully destroyed 112 holy mountains. What was that? Did they have to replace Su Yu as their commander? "How dare you?" the bearded monk scolded. "What are you trying to do by disturbing the morale of the army? How dare they question the glorious achievements of the third tribe?" Xiao Dai sneered and was about to explain to them what a great achievement was. Su Yu waved his hand to stop her from talking. They came here to contribute their strength and fight for a chance to survive the destruction of the era. They didn't come here to have a meaningless quarrel. The people I brought will be arranged. You don't have to worry about it, Su Yu said calmly. If there is a shortage of manpower, you can tell me. The bearded monk glanced at Xiao Dai coldly and said, Go to the logistics patrol, I guess you won't be of any use anyway. Su Yu thought about it and said, How about I stay on the front line? I believe I can instill some useful power into the great formation. In terms of strength, who could beat the holy physique among the many strong men present? No need. The bearded monk said firmly. Su Yu nodded. Okay, if you need me again. After saying that, Su Yu immediately led the Heavenly Court's warship to participate in the patrol mission. Why are you afraid of him? Xiao Dai was extremely indignant. We were kind and took the initiative to ask for help, but he treated us like this. It's really hateful. Su Yu shook his head. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but overall, the front line really doesn't need us. Besides, Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. I think that the patrol, which seems unimportant, is the most important. Xiao Dai blinked her eyes. That's the work of the small fries. It's a waste of talent for us to do it. Xiao Dai was very disapproving. Su Yu's eyes were deep. Is that so? If you were the holy mountain, what would you do if you couldn't take it down after a long time? Chapter 28:20. Xiao Dai thought about it very seriously, then said, I will eat it. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he asked, What else? Gulp. I'm talking about food. Eat with big bites. Black lines appeared on Su Yu's forehead, and he painfully rubbed it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have discussed this with you. I was wrong. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. Xiao Dai was unhappy. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu. Why do I feel like you're looking down on me? That's just an illusion. I'm not underestimating you, really, Su Yu said. I'm just staring at you. Xiao Dai immediately waved her little fist. Ah, you're asking for a beating. Su Yu dodged lightly and said, There's no time to lose. Let's speed up the patrol. If I'm not mistaken, the Holy Mountain has already taken action. Oh, what operation? Xiao Dai raised her eyebrows. Su Yu said, Of course it's an operation to attack the Dao Abyss from the inside. The sturdiest fortresses always crumbled from the inside. The Sacred Mountain would definitely think of a way to cause cracks to appear within the Dao Abyss if they could not take it down after a long time. Are you sure? Xiao Dai didn't quite believe it. Would someone be stupid enough to help the Sacred Mountain, destroy the Dao Abyss, and destroy the hope of their own survival? Su Yu chuckled. They will, and there are many of them. Under Su Yu's arrangement, he and Xiao Dai each led a team of Heavenly Court's troops to patrol around the third tribe. If they discovered any abnormalities, they would have to inform Su Yu immediately. Several days passed. Nothing unusual happened. On the other hand, the Sacred Mountain's attack was still going strong. It continued to pour golden beams of light into the Dao Abyss. Even Dao Yuan showed no signs of collapsing. It was as if he wasn't anxious at all. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yu was even more vigilant. He had a vague feeling that the Sacred Mountain was up to something. At this moment, a faint sound came from his token. Apart from showing one's identity, the token also had the function of transmitting messages. It was the chief who had summoned Su Yu. Su Yu immediately rushed to the platform at the front line. Several people had already gathered around the chief. One of them was drenched in blood, as if he had suffered a great injury. On his waist, there was an extremely conspicuous token. It was the deputy chieftain's token. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Every tribe only had a chieftain and a deputy chieftain. How could there be another one? At this moment, the chief was talking to the deputy chief excitedly. Seeing that Su Yu had rushed over, he immediately waved his hand and said, Come over, let me introduce you to our legendary deputy chief. Legendary? Little Butterfly looked at the man. This was an extremely ordinary creature. Its figure seemed extremely weak and small. His expression also seemed to be exceptionally unconfident. Under the crowd's gaze, he felt uneasy. Little girl, this is the main hero of our tribe who personally destroyed a sacred mountain. It is precisely because of this that he was promoted to deputy chief. The chief was very dissatisfied with Little Butterfly's questioning gaze. "You'd better show some respect." It was obvious that the chief thought highly of this deputy chief. So, at first, the sacred mountain launched a large-scale invasion, bombarding the outer abyss into scorched earth. The chief and the others were attacked by extinction and had no choice but to retreat. While retreating, the tribal chief was attacked by a beam of light. It was the deputy chieftain who had sacrificed his ancestral treasure to block that fatal injury. Not only that, the treasure even reflected the golden beam back. And very coincidentally, it penetrated through a weak point and destroyed the sacred mountain. Therefore, the deputy chieftain became famous after that battle. Little Butterfly did not think much of it. Suyu nodded his head slightly to show his respect. He said, "So, why did you summon me here? Is there a reason?" The chief looked at the deputy chieftain with relief. Deputy Chieftain Chen led a group of people to the inner abyss to transport supplies, but was attacked by a golden beam of light on the way and luckily escaped. Those supplies are scattered nearby, and we need a group of people to find them. The chief finally turned his eyes to Suyu. "Anyway, you have nothing to do in the tribe. Why don't you go and bring back all the supplies?" Little Butterfly was immediately displeased. "What do you mean by having nothing to do? Are you blind or something? Didn't you notice that we have been patrolling?" The chief sneered lightly. "Do we need to patrol the tribe? It's a waste of time. I can't be bothered with you." The tribe had a turtle pattern defense, so there was no need for a large number of patrols at all. Suyu frowned. "Chief, don't be careless. I personally suggest that it is best to strengthen the defense and stabilize the current situation. Right now, the Sacred Mountain and the Tao Abyss were in a tug-of-war to see who could last until the end. Although the Sacred Mountain's attack was fierce, it could not be endless, right? If the Sacred Mountain maintained the current situation, it would be invincible. I am a chief. Do I need advice from an inexperienced deputy chief like you?" The chief snorted disapprovingly. "Go, bring people to retrieve the supplies immediately." As he spoke, he threw a map to Suyu. That was the place where the supplies were scattered. Suyu hesitated for a moment and said, "All right. It would not be long, so there should be no problem." Soon, he took Little Butterfly and the others to the destination. Seeing them leave, the chief snorted coldly. "Ignorant." Deputy Chief Chen sighed. "Chief, the bodies of our brothers have been brought back. I want to bury them as soon as possible." There were many people who went to escort the supplies. He was the only one who came back alive. The chief sighed. "Go, bury them properly." Deputy Chief Chen said, "When I came back, I encountered a lot of patrolling people who questioned my identity. Would burying them cause trouble?" Hearing that, the chief frowned and snorted coldly. "This new deputy chief is boring. Pass down my orders. Immediately cancel the strict patrols. Just keep the previous simple patrols." At that time, Suyu led Little Butterfly and the others to the place marked on the map. It was a scene of devastation visible to the naked eye. Everywhere was a horrifying scene of indiscriminate bombardment. The ground was still stained with dried blood. This should be the place. Suyu looked at the scattered supplies nearby. "Collect all the supplies. Be quick." Although the golden beam of light had most likely struck this place unintentionally, the possibility of another attack was low, but they had to be on guard. The crowd immediately dispersed to collect the supplies. Suyu also participated and found that most of the supplies were secret medicines to replenish strength. The strong men of the tribe were constantly instilling their strength into the turtle pattern. Their own consumption was very high. These secret medicines were the key. They were collecting. Suddenly, Empress Star Rain and the others discovered something. "Brother Suyu, come over and see what this is." Suyu rushed over. He found a piece of jade buried in the soil. Probably when the golden beam of light had struck, the jade had fallen to the side and was not destroyed. The jade was still emitting a faint red light. Ripples continued to spread into the void in the sky. Seeing that, Suyu's expression darkened. His face darkened. Location signal. Chapter 28-21. Xiao Dai and the others rushed over one after another and recognized the item. Strange, why would there be a positioning signal here? Who left it behind? Empress Star Rain was puzzled. Xiao Dai pondered. It's not left behind by anyone. From the state of this item, it should have been accidentally left here when Deputy Chief Chen's caravan was bombed. Yu Xiangwan frowned. That's not normal. This is a moment of life and death. As a team transporting supplies, their actions should be extremely secretive. Why would they carry a positioning signal with them? If the signal was received by the enemy, wouldn't they immediately expose their location and suffer a destructive attack from the enemy? He did not finish his sentence. Because his assumption was unnecessary. The truth had already happened. The transportation team had really suffered a destructive attack. Except for Deputy Chief Chen, the rest had all died. There's a traitor in that transportation team, and the most suspicious one is. Everyone came to the same conclusion. Without a doubt. Deputy Chief Chen was the most suspicious. Su Yu murmured. I was wondering how could there be such a coincidence that this transportation team was accidentally bombarded by the golden light beam. So there's a traitor. Looking at the positioning signal, Su Yu's eyes were cold. Suppressing the urge to crush it, he put the jade away. He needed to bring this item back as evidence. Beep beep in silence, the jade once again sent out a series of strong signals. Su Yu suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly shouted, "Not good, retreat from this area immediately." Boom, just as he finished speaking. No one had time to react. A golden light beam fell from the sky and shot toward them with great precision. It was the transmission signal. This signal was deliberately left behind by Deputy Chief Chen. When they discovered the signal, they would send out another attack signal to attract the golden light beam to kill them. The so-called mission to pack up supplies. It was a complete ambush targeting them. Fortunately, that golden light beam was emitted by a holy mountain alone. Its power was very limited. Su Yu didn't have to do anything. Xiao Dai simply opened her mouth and swallowed the golden light effortlessly. You really underestimate us. You think this little light beam can keep us here? Don't joke around, Xiao Dai said disdainfully. Everyone was scared but not hurt. Yu Xiangwan said in a low voice, this Deputy Chief Chen is really insidious. It's a pity that he doesn't know what kind of people he wants to frame. That was a transcendent existence that could destroy hundreds of sacred mountains. What was a golden beam of light from a holy mountain? Xiao Dai muttered, luckily, Su Yu is keeping a low profile and did not expose our combat abilities. Otherwise, if Deputy Chieftain Chen were to find out, what awaits us here today would not just be one golden light beam, but many, many. Yu Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. You finally know why Su Yu wanted to hide it. You're not familiar with this place, so remember to expose yourself. Xiao Dai snorted guiltily. None of your business. Su Yu's eyes were cold. Let's go back to the third tribe. His plan to strengthen the patrols was indeed correct. The traitor had already begun to move. Destroying the resources and destroying the tribe's strength was only the first step. They should have even more powerful plans after this. Wait. Su Yu stopped in his tracks again, and his eyes narrowed. Xiao Dai can follow me back. As for the rest of you, head towards the inner abyss. Regardless of whether you can enter the inner abyss or not, you must try your best to get close to it. Yu Xiangwan had a bad premonition. Brother Su, do you feel that something is wrong? Su Yu nodded. I have a bad feeling that this middle abyss might not be able to hold out for long. For safety's sake, it's better for all of you to retreat to the inner abyss. Hearing this, how could Yu Xiangwan dare to be careless? She immediately led a group of people to board the Heavenly Court's battleship and sped towards the inner abyss. Su Yu and Xiao Dai returned to the 9th battle zone, the third tribe. As soon as they entered, Su Yu felt something was wrong. Where are my patrols? Looking around, there were not many patrols near the turtle pattern. If there was a traitor doing something nearby, they would not be able to detect it. Not far away, a bored logistical soldier said, according to the chief's orders, the patrols have been cancelled. Those people have other arrangements. Is that so? Su Yu thought for a moment. Where is Deputy Chieftain Chen? This person was most likely a traitor. He had to be found as soon as possible, to prevent him from causing more damage. Deputy Chieftain Chen? He buried the remains of his brothers inside the mountain. Inside the mountain? There was only one mountain in the third tribe's territory. That was the only area near the turtle pattern that had a barrier. It was also the area that Su Yu had requested to patrol and inspect. If someone wanted to destroy the turtle pattern from the inside, the area around that mountain was the best place. I was too careless. I should have thought of this earlier. Su Yu blamed himself. If Deputy Chieftain Chen had the ability to bring back the corpses of his comrades, why did he not care about the scattered resources? It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Bringing back the corpses would make it easier for him to approach the left mountain. Without further ado, Su Yu immediately dashed towards the mountain. With his speed, it only took him half a cup of tea's time. He appeared in a graveyard. There were countless gravestones here. It was the burial ground of all the dead who had sacrificed their lives for the tribe. But looking around, where was Deputy Chieftain Chen? As expected, he is not in the graveyard. Su Yu coldly snorted. Activating his mortal eyes, he looked down at the fourth level of the sky, especially near the turtle pattern. But what surprised Su Yu was that he did not see Deputy Chieftain Chen anywhere. Did I make a mistake? Su Yu could not help but doubt it. But then he firmly believed it. All the signs showed that Deputy Chieftain Chen was definitely a traitor. I will find you even if I have to dig 3 feet underground. The heavenly eyes in the sky immediately transformed into the transparent eyes. Even the depths of the ground could be seen. Suddenly, the transparent eyes suddenly discovered something. Under a seemingly ordinary rock, there was actually a very well-hidden underground cave. There was a figure hidden inside. It was no one else. It was Deputy Chieftain Chen. He was patiently setting up some sort of simple spell. The spell had already been prepared. I've finally succeeded. Deputy Chieftain Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was a little tired. This spell was a special spell designed to destroy the turtle pattern. Setting it up consumed a lot of mental energy. It's quite tiring. After all, you dug up such a huge grave. Just as he was resting, a mocking voice suddenly rang beside his ear. Deputy Chieftain Chen's body stiffened, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had been discovered. Rumble, the boulder above the cave was shattered by a burst of power. A person jumped down from it. Deputy Chieftain Su? Deputy Chieftain Chen's eyes changed. Chapter 28-22. Vice Chief Chen hid the formation behind him without batting an eyelid. What did you say? I don't quite understand. Su Yu chuckled. Then I'll tell you in words that you can understand. He flipped his palm, and a jade scroll appeared. A positioning signal was flashing on it. Tell me you don't know what this is, Su Yu said calmly. Deputy Chief Chen was very calm. What is this? Su Yu smiled and pointed at the jade scroll with his fingertip. Time and space flowed backward. Images of time flowing backward appeared near the jade scroll. Finally, there was a hand holding the jade scroll. Su Yu froze it and sent it to Deputy Chief Chen. Tell me again, this is definitely not your hand. Deputy Chief Chen saw that quibbling was useless. His seemingly weak and timid face was finally filled with a trace of ferocious coldness. Even his voice had become exceptionally deep. It was as if he had become a completely different person. To tell you the truth, you really surprised me. I can't believe you came back alive. But I'm even more surprised that you were stupid enough to come looking for me. Deputy Chief Chen was prepared. He took out a round ball from behind him and smashed it at Su Yu. From the round ball, a shocking power of the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master erupted. This power was much stronger than that of the chief. Even if he came here personally, he would definitely die. Not to mention Su Yu, the deputy chief. However, what Deputy Chief Chen couldn't imagine was, the destructive light of the round ball could not advance any further after it was 3 feet away from Su Yu. This was because a layer of flowing 9-colored ripples had appeared around Su Yu's body. Deputy Chief Chen was horrified. Before he could recognize what the 9-colored light was, He immediately crushed a piece of jade scroll. Suyu had thought it was space transportation. He had used the space domain to block the area and prevent it from leaving. Unexpectedly, the fluctuation in the jade scroll was chaotic energy. The chaotic energy wrapped around Deputy Chief Chen, broke through the space domain, and immediately escaped. Suyu's expression changed slightly. He immediately rushed out of the cave to chase after Deputy Chief Chen. The chaotic energy rushed all the way. After a while, it returned to the military camp. Courting death, Suyu said calmly. If this person escaped back to the Holy Mountain, he might be able to keep his life. But if he escaped back to the camp, he would die. The two of them rushed to the high platform one after another. At this moment, the chieftain was methodically commanding the many experts to fight. Deputy Chief Chen rushed back first, his face full of panic. "Chief, save me, someone is rebelling." The chief was startled and asked, "Who is rebelling?" Shua Suyu rushed back just in time. The chief was surprised. "You completed your mission? Isn't his speed a little too fast?" Even if he went there personally, it would take him at least a day to get there and back. "The mission has been completed, and all the resources have been found." Suyu handed over all the space storage devices that contained the resources to the chief. The chief's gaze swept across, nodded slightly, and said expressionlessly, "Well done." In his opinion, this was a job that anyone could do. It was not difficult at all. It was no big deal. Moreover, I also found this. Suyu took out the jade talisman that was used to transmit the signal. Just a glance. The chief's expression immediately changed as he shouted, "Where did you come from?" Suyu replied calmly, "Then I have to ask, why did the team you sent just happen to be attacked by the Holy Mountain's golden light beam?" Hearing this, the chief said in a low voice, "Are you saying that this signal device was found among the resources?" Suyu answered with silence, a tacit admission. The chief's expression was gloomy. Who did it? As long as he was not stupid, he would understand that there must have been a spy in the original team. Suyu looked at Deputy Chief Chen and said indifferently, "Who do you think the Holy Mountain would not harm the least?" Of course it was a spy. Why did Deputy Chief Chen, whose strength was not considered outstanding, survive when the rest of the team died? "It was you." The chief turned his head, his eyes like a tiger's, fiercely staring at Deputy Chief Chen. Deputy Chief Chen had a weak look on his face as he said with grievance, "Chief, even you don't trust me?" The chief was stunned. Yes. Everyone was a suspect, but Deputy Chief Chen was the least suspicious. Back then, he had saved his life. Moreover, he had destroyed a holy mountain. He was the pride of the third tribe. There was no reason for him to be a spy. What happened? Explain clearly, the chief said patiently. Deputy Chief Chen said, "I don't know what happened either. I was burying my brothers at the cemetery when this Deputy Chief Su suddenly appeared and took out the so-called signal device, forcing me to admit that it was mine. I didn't want to admit it, so he hunted me down and tried to kill me. Now, he is still slandering me. Chief, I never ask for anything from you, but this time, please uphold justice for me and protect my clean reputation." Hearing this, the chief's face sank. Between Deputy Chief Chen and Suyu, was there even a need to ask who he trusted more? The chief glared at Suyu. "Do you have conclusive evidence?" Suyu used the power of time on the spot, causing the image near the jade pendant to flow backward. Finally, Deputy Chief Chen's hand appeared. "Is this considered evidence?" The chief's expression was ugly. Deputy Chief Chen immediately quibbled, tears in his eyes as he swore to the heavens. "Chief, believe me, I really did not do it. This image must be fake." The truth was right in front of him, and he still dared to say it was fake. The chief could not bear to make a decision. "Do you have any more evidence?" Suyu looked between the two of them. "Yes, but you need to make a trip personally." The chief pondered for a long time. "For Deputy Chief Chen's innocence, I should make a trip." As he spoke, he stared at Suyu coldly. "But, if there is any falsehood in your words, you will be severely punished." Suyu did not care. Whatever. The group immediately moved forward. Once again, they arrived at the space of the cemetery. The formation was still in its original position, clearly visible. Su Yu stood calmly on the spot, crossed his arms, and said, "This formation was set up by him personally. Every material has his scent. You can compare them. Of course, if he says that these are also fakes, then pretend I didn't say anything." When everyone understood the use of the formation, they all gasped. It was a formation that caused the turtle pattern to fail. Once the formation failed and the golden light beam suddenly attacked, the consequences could be imagined. All the strong fighters would be turned to ashes in an instant. The chief's expression was frighteningly gloomy. "Men, take down Deputy Chief Su." "What?" The strong fighters who followed along almost thought they had heard wrongly. It was clearly the formation set up by Deputy Chief Chen. Why was it that Deputy Chief Su was being taken down in anger? "Chief, you must have made a mistake. Deputy Chief Chen is the real traitor." Now that things had come to this, anyone with a slightly sharp eye could understand who the real traitor was. Chapter 28-23. He is the hero of the third tribe, a role model that all creatures strive to emulate. Now, if we announce that our hero is a traitor, have you ever thought about the devastating blow to our morale? Many strong men looked at each other. So what? Deputy Chieftain Chen was a traitor. Deputy Chief Su deliberately slandered our hero in order to defeat us from within. Therefore, there is no doubt that everything he did was done by a traitor. He is the real traitor. Hearing that, everyone was immediately dissatisfied. "Chief, you probably think we are all blind or sand. Why are you fooling us like this? Isn't it ridiculous? The conclusive evidence is right in front of you, but you turn a blind eye to it. Instead, you suspect that the person who produced the evidence is a traitor. I actually experienced such a ridiculous thing myself. Everyone could see that." The chief was deliberately siding with Deputy Chief Chen. At that moment, someone said doubtfully, "Could it be that the chief is also a traitor?" A normal chief would try his best to get rid of a threatening spy as soon as he found out that there was a threat around him. But the reaction of the chief of the third tribe was too strange. "What nonsense are you talking about?" the chief said fiercely. His beard trembled. "Without my command, you would have been bombarded to pieces by the golden light of the holy mountain." Everyone was stunned. It seemed to be true. If the chief was a traitor, there was no need for him to help them resist the holy mountain until now. Capture Deputy Chief Su. Under his command, the rest of the strong men surrounded Su Yu hesitantly. They sympathized with Su Yu. But they did not want to disobey the chief's order for the time being. "Deputy Chief Su, please excuse us." A group of people prepared to capture Su Yu. Su Yu said calmly, "Before you capture me, shouldn't you destroy the formation first? If anyone activates it during the chaos, it will be a disaster." A group of strong men immediately turned their heads to look. They saw Deputy Chief Chen quietly moving to the vicinity of the formation. He had successfully activated the formation when everyone noticed him. "You traitor." Many strong men were furious. They no longer cared about the chief's obstruction and attacked Deputy Chief Chen. However, they turned their backs to the chief. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at their backs. He was also a spy. It was just that he was a traitor that Deputy Chieftain Chen developed later on. He took out an incense burner and blew into it. In an instant, a cloud of dust flew towards the experts. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were swallowed up by the dust. Not even dregs were left. Finally, in the narrow space, only the chief and two deputy chiefs were left. Deputy Chief Chen calmly flicked his hair crown and said, "I'll say the same thing to you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" His eyes were filled with mockery. Su Yu smiled faintly. "To be honest, I am not surprised. From the moment my patrol was cancelled, I knew that our chief was most likely a traitor. From the beginning to the end, the man had been assisting Vice Chief Chen in accomplishing his plan, either openly or secretly. As for Su Yu's previous statement of inverting black and white, it was merely to confirm Su Yu's thoughts." Deputy Chief Chen chuckled. "Hindsight. Since that's the case, why don't you save these experts?" Su Yu was expressionless, and he said indifferently, "Are you sure?" Creak, suddenly, a loud sound could be heard. The formation's operation came to a sudden stop. Deputy Chief Chen's smile froze. He immediately looked toward the spell and said angrily, "What did you do?" The spell looked intact, but there was a shred of space-time energy within it, causing the spell's operation to become chaotic and unable to operate normally. "When?" he asked with a gloomy expression. Suyu replied calmly, "Of course, it was when I first reversed your image." Hearing this, Deputy Chief Chen's expression turned cold. No wonder Suyu was so fearless. "Then, knowing that the chief is a traitor, why didn't you save them?" Suyu put down his arms, calmly saying, "Because I hoped that all of you would die cleanly. That way, I can successfully take over the position of chief. If he left that group of people alive, they would definitely spread the news of what had happened here. Then, the hearts of the people would be in chaos. As the new deputy chief, it would be difficult for him to gain the trust of the people. You want to fight both of us at the same time? That's enough." Deputy Chief Chen laughed coldly. "Breaking that ball just now has given you boundless confidence. Try this one." However, the sneer was still on his lips. A gigantic rainbow sword that was 10,000 feet long had already pierced through his body and crushed him into the rock. His body and soul had been destroyed. The chief, who had yet to make a move, gasped. This is the divine body. You are the divine body, Su. The human divine body who killed all the descendants of the ancient god Jolong in the outside world, the one who broke into the Tao abyss and crushed many strong men, Suyu? He was an existence that even the ancient gods would not hesitate to kill. He was a mere chief of a tribe. What was he compared to Suyu? The chief's lips trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Divine body, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you." Suyu's expression was indifferent. "It doesn't matter if you offend me, but you offended the hundreds of millions of people of the third tribe. They gave you their hope of survival, but you betrayed them. Give me a reason not to kill you." The chief said with a bitter face, "Divine body Su, I had no choice. The destruction of the holy mountain was impossible for us. There was only death. The holy mountain promised that as long as I did what they said, I would be included in the list of people who would be pardoned for destruction, so Suyu did not continue listening. Because it was similar to what he had imagined. In the face of the endless and violent attacks of the holy mountain, everyone gritted their teeth and struggled in despair. If their willpower was not strong enough, they would definitely surrender. "All right, explain to those who died because of you." Suyu swept his long sword and crushed it on the spot. Putting away the chief's token, Suyu broke the formation with his sword again and immediately returned to the high platform of the military camp. A group of strong men who were resting could not help but ask, "Deputy Chief Su, where is the chief and the strong men who went?" Suyu's face was sorrowful as he said, "Everyone, I have bad news to announce now. After investigation, Deputy Chief Chen was indeed a traitor. Our chief killed Deputy Chief Chen in the name of justice. The latter fought to the death, and the chief was careless and sacrificed himself. The strong men who were with him also sacrificed themselves. I was the only one who barely survived. Before the chief died, he handed me the token, hoping that I would temporarily take charge of the tribe." Upon hearing that, the many strong men immediately burst into an uproar. The chief was dead. They were shocked, but they felt that it was reasonable. Previously on the high platform, Deputy Chief Chen's performance was already suspicious. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a traitor. Now, a chieftain and a deputy chieftain were dead. There was nothing wrong with Deputy Chief Su assuming the position of chief. But, Deputy Chief Su, do you have any experience in commanding the tribe against the Holy Mountain? But there were still people who raised doubts about his ability. Fighting against the Holy Mountain was not something that could be done with just words. Only the real deal would work. Suyu smiled lightly, "I have not been in the tribe for long, I have zero experience in this area." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. "Then why not let me command? Handing it over to a newcomer who has not experienced anything, isn't that jumping into a fire pit?" But, just as they were getting angry, Suyu said again, "But I once commanded my people to destroy 112 holy mountains in the void. The seething crowd seemed to be frozen in time. Chapter 28-24. The number 120 shocked many living beings. They thought they had heard it wrong. How many? 120? Someone questioned subconsciously. It was not that they wanted to question it. It was because Suyu's words were too exaggerated, and they found it hard to accept. If it was one holy mountain, they could reluctantly believe it. But 120. How could anyone believe it? The Tao Abyss had gathered so many strong people and fought for dozens of days. How many holy mountains had been destroyed? Less than 50. Suyu had led a few defeated soldiers who could not even be seen in public, and he had actually destroyed 120 of them. That was a fantasy. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, Suyu said lightly. Of course, no one wanted to believe it. However, from now on, I am the temporary chief, fully in charge of the 9th war zone and the overall situation of the 3rd tribe. Everyone must listen to my arrangements. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by military order. Many strong people were silent for a while, but they did not resist. Even if Suyu's achievements were false, his identity as the deputy chief was real. Now that the chief had fallen, he did have the ability to take charge of the overall situation. All the people of the Heavenly Court, listen to my orders, resume patrolling, and do not allow irrelevant people to approach the turtle pattern. The creatures on the Heavenly Court's battleship naturally obeyed and immediately rearranged the patrol. In addition, arrest Deputy Chief Chen's former subordinates, relatives, and friends on the spot. Suyu shouted coldly. Even the chief was instigated by Deputy Chief Chen. Not to mention his relatives and friends and even subordinates. Most likely, they had also joined the Holy Mountain. Hearing this, the crowd immediately stirred. This is simply nonsense. Now that we are dealing with the Holy Mountain, it makes people uneasy. In the crowd, there was a voice of doubt. This move has made us confused and fallen into the enemy's trap. Is this Deputy Chief Su working for the enemy? Wait. Why do I feel like it's a conspiracy? Did the chief really perish together with Deputy Chief Chen? No one saw it, it's all Deputy Chief Su's one-sided story. There must be a problem. People followed blindly. The crowd, who had no doubts at first, immediately began to discuss it fiercely. Doubts arose. Not only did they question Suyu's ability, but they also began to question the authenticity of his identity. Suyu sneered in his heart and glanced at the source of the initial voices. However, they were obviously deliberately concealing themselves. It was impossible to trace the source of the sound. The person who doubts me doesn't even dare to show his face, so how can anyone believe his words? Suyu asked calmly, his voice suppressing everyone present. Everyone frowned and looked around. He wanted to see who started it just now. An unknown voice came from the crowd. Are you kidding me? Who would dare to reveal their true identity? What if you kill them? That's right. We won't believe you unless you prove your innocence. That's right. In order to prove your innocence, you must listen to everyone's orders and hand over the token. We will only trust you after the Commander-in-Chief sends a new chief to investigate everything. Now, they had blatantly stripped Suyu of his commanding authority. Suyu's gaze was like lightning, and he calmly said, "Did you really think that by hiding, I wouldn't be able to find you?" He made a grabbing motion with his palm, and all the fluctuations of sound were caught in his palm. Then, he activated his soul domain and blew a breath of air into his palm. Trace the source. The voices immediately carried a soul attack and returned to their owners' minds. Instantly. Several screams resounded in succession. 5 inconspicuous people stood in various parts of the crowd, holding their heads as they roared. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he pulled the 5 people onto the stage. He looked at the 5 people with a faint smile and said, "Can anyone tell me who these 5 people are?" The crowd looked over, and they were quickly recognized. 2 of them are Deputy Chief Chen's advisors, one is Deputy Chief Chen's general, and the other 2 are his cousin and elder sister. Everyone muttered in their hearts. All of them were Deputy Chief Chen's people. Could it be that there was really something wrong with them? Suyu's eyes swept across the 5 people. His powerful soul domain swept through the secrets in the depths of their souls. As expected, Among them, he found the memories of Deputy Chief Chen successfully instigating their rebellion. Su Yu used his soul domain to transform the memories into images and projected them into the sky, making them known to the world. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. Deputy Chief Chen is really a traitor. These people who are making a ruckus have ulterior motives. I was almost fooled. Execute these traitors. Execute them. Su Yu's gaze was calm. There's no rush. Let's find all the traitors first. Next. Who would oppose Su Yu's order? Many strong men immediately took action, capturing all of Deputy Chief Chen's former subordinates, friends, and relatives. They searched their souls one by one. Anyone who was found to be in cahoots with Deputy Chief Chen was immediately imprisoned. A day passed. More than 100 accomplices were found. They each had their own duties. Deputy Chief Chen was responsible for the most important task, which was to break a corner of the formation. The 100 of them were responsible for blocking the repair, giving the Holy Mountain a chance to destroy the third tribe. The people who found out the truth were furious. They treated them as brothers, but the other party was looking forward to killing them. Blood splattered everywhere. All the traitors were executed. The internal problems were solved. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He found Yu Xiongwen and said, "You will be in charge of the third tribe for now." After all, Yu Xiongwen had once commanded a large number of zombies. Right now, she was just supervising the many strong men to follow the prescribed order. For Yu Xiongwen, there was no difficulty. "What about you, Brother Su?" Yu Xiongwen asked. Su Yu looked at the rest of the area, his expression solemn. "I need to go to the High Command. The appearance of traitors is not unique to the third tribe. The High Command needs to investigate all the tribes immediately." Yu Xiongwen nodded. "Brother Su, don't worry, I will protect the third tribe." There was no time to lose. Su Yu immediately set off for the High Command. Half a day later, Su Yu stood in front of the High Command's tent. Like him, there were many other tribes' messengers waiting outside the military camp, waiting for the dragon to summon them. Su Yu was a little anxious. All the traitors should have been under the command of the Holy Mountain at the same time. Since Deputy Chief Chen had been ordered to take action, he believed that the rest of the traitors must have taken corresponding measures. If they did not take action in time, there would be chaos. However, there were too many people coming to report. He could not get in the queue at all. "Holy Su!" The golden dragon came out of the tent in his armor. He found Su Yu waiting outside. "Are you used to the third tribe?" He thought to himself, could it be that Su Yu and the chief don't get along? The golden dragon knew the character of the third tribe's chief very well. Su Yu was an outsider. It would be extremely difficult to get along with him. Chapter 28-25. Seeing Golden Dragon, Su Yu said, "Could you please inform Shanglong on my behalf that I have something very urgent to report?" Golden Dragon's smile faded. He was surprised. Urgent? Seeing that Su Yu was not joking, Golden Dragon did not dare to be careless. He said, "Please wait." Soon, Golden Dragon stuck half of his body out of the camp and waved at Su Yu. "Come in quickly." Su Yu entered. He saw Shanglong happily chatting with several tribe representatives. "Commander, the situation is good. My tribe has not suffered any casualties for 10 consecutive days. Haha, mine has recently destroyed a holy mountain. It seems like the holy mountain is at its wit's end. Apart from the meaningless golden light beams, it has no other means. Haha, yes, as long as we persist, the holy mountain will retreat sooner or later." Hearing that, Shanglong was in a good mood. Seeing Su Yu come in, his smile faded, and he said seriously, "Deputy Chief Su, why did you come to me instead of staying in the third tribe?" Su Yu's expression was grave. Without saying a word, he replayed the memories he had extracted in the air. Instantly, the atmosphere in the camp suddenly became heavy. They had been smiling and confident about the future, but now, their faces had darkened. "When did you find out?" Shanglong asked in a low voice. "Not long ago." "What about the third tribe chief? Why didn't he come?" Shanglong wanted to hear the opinion of the third tribe chief. He did not believe Su Yu's words. My statement to the tribe was that he sacrificed himself in the line of duty. In fact, he was instigated to defect, Su Yu said calmly. Shanglong's pupils shrank. It was fine if ordinary people were instigated to defect. If even the tribe chief was instigated to defect, it was a serious matter. Do you have any evidence? Shanglong had a deep prejudice against Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head. I was too busy killing the enemy to leave any evidence. Shanglong snorted. If you don't have any evidence, it is slander. He was deliberately targeting Su Yu. Su Yu frowned. The point was not whether he was slandering Shanglong, but that there were traitors running amok. Whether I am slandering or not, there are many traitors. Commander, you should order a thorough investigation of all the tribe's higher-ups as soon as possible. Maybe now is not too late. I don't need you to teach me, Pliosaurus said indifferently. He was a dignified commander-in-chief. If he wanted a deputy chieftain to teach him what to do, wouldn't he be laughing his head off? Men, form an investigation team and head to the 9th war zone. Investigate the truth of the matter in the 3rd tribe. Come back and report to me after you've found out the truth. The guards outside the door immediately moved. Su Yu raised his brows. Commander, we can't wait any longer. We must take action immediately. It would take at least a day for the investigation team to go and return, right? On this day. It was enough for all the traitors to be prepared. The Shanglong replied calmly, as the marshal, I need to be calm and objective in handling everything. How can I act rashly? Su Yu said, to be honest, when I found Deputy Chieftain Chen, he had already set up a destructive spell and was prepared to destroy the turtle pattern defense at any time. The spies in the other tribes should be almost ready. We can't delay any longer. He heard that the situation was so serious. Even the Golden Dragon felt that it was extremely inappropriate and said, Lord Dragon, Divine Physique-Su is right. We might as well send people to investigate while immediately dispatching troops to the major tribes and temporarily control the higher-ups of the tribes to prevent traitors from betraying us. The Shanglong looked up and calmly stared at the Golden Dragon. Golden Dragon, you've been with me for 10 years. Can't you learn to stay calm? Panic is a big taboo. The Shanglong admonished. At present, the traitors have only been discovered in the 3rd tribe of the 9th war zone, and it's only Deputy Chieftain Su's one-sided statement. How can we not verify it? Secondly, whether there are traitors in the other tribes or not, it's all Deputy Chieftain Su's assumption. There's no real evidence. Thirdly, if you control the higher-ups of the tribes without authorization, what if you cause a riot? The Golden Dragon was anxious. If what Su Yu said was true, there were already so many traitors in the 3rd tribe of the 9th war zone. There must be many in the other tribes. As for causing a riot, it was nothing compared to the destruction of the tribe's defenses and the destruction of all the tribes. He understood that the Shanglong was deliberately arguing with the Divine Physique-Su. Lord Shanglong, please reconsider for the sake of the bigger picture, the Golden Dragon pleaded. Shanglong felt that he could not put down his pride. Why did the Golden Dragon sound like he was being unreasonable? With a cold face, he slammed the table. Are you the commander, or am I? You are. Then shut up and listen to the commander's orders. The Golden Dragon suppressed his anger and stood aside helplessly. Su Yu watched from the side. His eyes were full of disappointment. He sighed regretfully. It's been hard to prepare for an era for the Tao Abyss. Unfortunately, they didn't know the right people and chose a blind commander. It's not worth it for the Tao Abyss. Su Yu had already done all that he could. Unfortunately, the Shanglong acted arbitrarily and was extremely muddle-headed. Creatures of the Tao Abyss, you can only pray for yourselves. Su Yu turned around and left the tent. Slap. The Golden Dragon slammed the table and stood up, angrily rebuking, Deputy Chieftain Su, is this how you talk to the commander? Su Yu did not hide his disappointment at all. If you still have any respect for the creatures of the Tao Abyss in your heart, you should do as I say instead of acting rashly. The Golden Dragon laughed angrily. I have fought countless battles and seen all kinds of situations. Do I need to listen to the orders of a junior like you? He pointed outside and said coldly, don't worry, The creatures of the Tao Abyss will not lose a single hair as long as I, the Golden Dragon, am here. They won't be protected by someone like you who only cares about them with your mouth. His impassioned words inspired the hearts of the creatures. However, it was just as he had said. Protecting the creatures did not depend on one's mouth, but on one's actions. Boom! A deafening noise resounded. What followed was the earth quaking and the mountains swaying. All the tents in the military camp were shaking. What's going on? Everyone in the tent was shocked. Although the golden light from the holy mountain had bombarded the ground in the past, the existence of the turtle pattern had offset most of the power. It had never caused such a huge commotion. Beep, beep, beep. Right at that moment, an urgent sound came from the jade pendant on the golden dragon's waist. He opened it and a voice transmission burst out. Commander, the defense of the 9th tribe in the 8th war zone has been breached. Requesting for, boom. The transmission was annihilated by the explosion of the golden light beam. It was conceivable that the chieftain who had sent the message had been destroyed. Patter. The jade pendant in the golden dragon's hand fell to the ground, and his mind went blank. The 9th tribe had been destroyed. Then, he came back to his senses. He immediately took out a round ball. There was a map reflected on the round ball, which was the full picture of the Middle Abyss. The 9th tribe in the 8th war zone had been wiped off the map by the condensation of 100 golden light beams. Not a single trace was left. Chapter 28-26. Shanglong's pupils constricted as he stood there in disbelief. The golden dragon stepped forward and roared, "What are you waiting for? Inform all the tribal chiefs immediately to prevent the turtle mark from being destroyed." Not all the tribal chiefs had rebelled. If they could clean up from top to bottom in time, there might be a chance to save the tribe. Only Su Yu was indifferent. It was too late. Since one person had taken action, the rest of the spies would probably take action soon. It was too late to clean up now. Shanglong came back to his senses. He could no longer be bothered with Su Yu. He immediately prepared to send the message to the other tribal chiefs. But it was too late. Several loud noises sounded at the same time. The earth shook and the mountains shook. On the map, 8 tribes were wiped out at the same time. However, this did not stop. The golden light continued to descend, and one tribe after another was quickly wiped out from the ground. In just a few dozen breaths. 9 battlefields, more than 80 tribes. Only one was left, isolated in the Middle Abyss. That was the 9th battlefield, the 3rd tribe. That was the tribe where Su Yu was. It was only because the spies had been eliminated in advance that it could survive. The golden dragon stared blankly at the devastated and destroyed tribes. His eyes were filled with great grief and indignation. He stepped forward and slapped Shanglong's face, roaring, "It's all your fault." If he had not been so self-centered, if he had listened to Su Yu's advice and taken action in time. He did not expect to prevent all the spies, but at least he could have saved some. But in the end, they were all destroyed. Shanglong was awakened by the slap and flew into a rage. He punched the golden dragon in the chest and sent him flying. "You have a death wish," Shanglong said fiercely. "What does the Holy Mountain's spies have to do with me?" There was not the slightest bit of self-blame in his words. Instead, he sounded very righteous. The golden dragon's mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were red. He was filled with murderous intent. "Shanglong, I must report this matter to the masters of the inner abyss. Just wait and see." He broke through the door and immediately ran toward the inner abyss. The entire army of the middle abyss was destroyed, and Shanglong had to bear all the responsibility. Shanglong covered his face and said coldly, "I did nothing wrong." He looked at the 3rd tribe on the map and said, "Command, retreat back to the inner abyss." He had already given up on the middle abyss. Su Yu's expression was placid. "If you retreat, what about the 3rd tribe?" Without the support of the Supreme Commander's resources, the experts of the 3rd tribe lacked the secret recovery medicine. How long could they last? He couldn't even hold on for a day. Shanglong glared at Su Yu, venting his indescribable hatred on him. "Are you blind? The middle abyss has been destroyed, and the sacred mountain is attacking everywhere. How are we going to transport resources? He was about to leave. Su Yu extended his hand and stopped him. Give me the resources. I will deliver them myself. All the living beings in the heavenly court were in the third tribe. How could he abandon them? If you want to die, then don't waste our resources. The ascendant dragon flatly refused. Su Yu looked at him. His calm eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was extremely cold. I advise you not to challenge my bottom line. For some unknown reason, Shanglong suddenly felt a chill down his spine, an inexplicable sense of fear. Especially when she met those calm eyes. He had a feeling that he was not facing an ordinary person, but an ancient almighty who could crush him at any time. How much? Shanglong put away his arrogance and asked. Su Yu said, I will give you as much as you have. He wanted all of Shanglong's resources. You are crazy. Shanglong was about to fly into a rage, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that since they were going to return to the inner abyss, there was no point in keeping the resources he had. Why should he fight with Su Yu before leaving? Therefore, he readily took out an enormous space storage device and handed it to Su Yu. Then he left immediately. He did not dare to stay for even a moment longer. He got the resources. Su Yu left the military camp. Near the military camp, there was also a revolving turtle pattern. Countless golden light beams were pouring down like a torrential storm, destroying the commander's land. As Shanglong and the other higher-ups retreated, the strong men who were maintaining the turtle pattern left in an orderly manner. As a result, the turtle pattern's operation became slower and slower. Finally, when all the strong men had left, the turtle pattern finally stopped revolving. Rumble, thousands of golden light beams crashed down, completely shattering the turtle pattern. The military camp inside was instantly reduced to dust. And the moment the turtle pattern was destroyed, Su Yu took a deep breath and sped out, sprinting toward the third tribe. How eye-catching was the existence of a living creature in the deathly silent land. In the sky, several holy mountains immediately discovered it. 7 or 8 golden light beams fell. Su Yu gritted his teeth and had no choice but to activate his holy body. With the strength of the holy body, he resisted the golden light beams while running with the resources in his hands. But the exposure of the holy body attracted more attention from the holy mountains. Soon after, the golden light beams were pouring down like a torrential storm towards Su Yu. Every few steps he took, a beam of golden light would strike him. It was supposed to take him half a day to travel, but it took Su Yu a whole day to finally arrive. The 9-colored radiance on his body was dim. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. He was also extremely weak. Reaching this point was already his limit. What was difficult was, not only was Su Yu being bombarded by a large number of holy mountains, the third tribe in front of him also suffered the destruction of thousands of holy mountains. They noticed Su Yu approaching. The thousands of holy mountains split into hundreds of holy mountains and attacked him head-on. Su Yu was attacked from both the front and the back. Coupled with his current state, it could be said that he was in imminent danger. The most terrifying thing was, the holy mountains chasing from behind probably realized that Su Yu was in the state of the holy body and was not afraid of a single golden light beam attack. Therefore, they gathered the golden light beams together. They launched a fatal blow towards Su Yu. At this moment of life and death, Xiao Dai rushed out of the turtle pattern, and a pair of butterfly pupils in her eyes kept flapping her wings. She tried to destroy the golden light beams as much as possible. Then, he rushed over and hugged the exhausted Su Yu, before flying back to Su Yu. But under such intensive attacks, it was easier said than done to return in silence. Especially the merged golden light beams behind them, which posed a fatal threat to them. Don't worry about me, go quickly, Su Yu shouted. Xiao Dai would only accompany him and be buried in it. Xiao Dai looked very determined and sighed. If you die, I will have no relatives in this world. What is the point of living? Su Yu had no time to understand the meaning of her words. He was moved. Looking at the familiar face of Xiao Dai, Su Yu smiled speechlessly. Too many people had sacrificed themselves for him. In his life, He had carried too many burdens that he could not bear. Adding Xiao Dai, how could he bear it? Go. Su Yu condensed a space domain in his palm and forced Xiao Dai out of the range of the golden light beams. Xiao Dai was pushed away uncontrollably. She wanted to struggle and hold Su Yu's hand, but she was getting further and further away from Su Yu. Chapter 28-27. He could only watch helplessly as Su Yu was buried in the golden light beam. No. Xiao Dai screamed at the top of her lungs. However, the golden light mercilessly devoured it. In the light beam, Su Yu's whole body was engulfed in intense destruction. Everything on his body was destroyed by the invincible golden light. The ice crystal crown that he had worn for many years was crushed by the golden light beam with a cracking sound. It revealed a piece of paper embedded in the crown. It was a piece of paper with the blood of the ancient god 9 dragons. From start to finish, he had been suppressing the Taotie's eye between his brows. After hundreds of years, this piece of paper was exposed for the first time. In the light of the sacred mountain, the bloody paper was also melting. Finally, a corner of the bloody paper disappeared. A corner of the sealed Dao Tai was revealed. Creak, a thin, flesh-colored line suddenly split open between his tightly shut eyebrows. A black eyeball slowly rotated in it. It was as if something that had been asleep for many years had awakened. The Taotie's eye had seen the light of day once again, although it was only a corner. However, it still emanated a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth. That aura was filled with greed, brutality, cruelty, and almost evil. It was as if the heavens and the earth were about to be devoured. It's been a few hundred years. You've finally let me out. The Taotie's eyes slowly opened, revealing a deep sense of excitement and agitation. He had been trapped for far too long. His eyes looked at the golden beam of light that was rumbling towards him and revealed a disdainful smile. You've just woken up and you're already so lucky. Very good. Whoosh, the destructive light beams that were attacking Su Yu's body were all devoured by the Dao Tai's eyes through the corner that was exposed. With Su Yu as the center, it formed a three-jong black ball. All the golden beams that shot over were devoured by the black sphere, leaving nothing behind. Looking into the distance, it was as if a bottomless black hole had appeared in this world. It devoured all the golden light beams that filled the sky. In fact, the sacred mountain floating in the void began to sway non-stop. It was being pulled toward the ground by a mysterious devouring power. Su Yu's expression changed. The Taotie's eye was unexpectedly released. To be honest, Su Yu would rather die than release the Dao Tai's eyes. Because it would devour everything uncontrollably. This included the people and things that Su Yu had once wanted to protect. What was happening now was really unexpected. Time reversal. Su Yu used the space-time domain to reverse the flow of time and space between his brows. The corner of the bloody paper that had been destroyed into nothingness was restored bit by bit. The furious voice of the Taotie's eyes reverberated in Su Yu's mind. Human, have you gone mad? I'm trying to save you. Su Yu said coldly, why don't you follow me and be buried forever? He rejoiced. Now, he had mastered the Yuan-level time-space domain. It could also restore the torn blood paper. Otherwise, the Taotie's eye would be released and bring disaster to the world. You want to seal me again? Dream on. The Taotie's eye was enraged when he saw the blood paper slowly recovering. His eyeballs kept squirming as he tried to drill out from between Su Yu's brows. But because most of the blood paper was still there, he couldn't succeed. However, in the end, it still stopped Su Yu from sealing it completely. There was a crack that was about the size of a slit. However, due to the Taotie's eye's continuous devouring power, it could not be restored. It's impossible to seal me. Wait until I've digested the power of these holy mountains, then I'll tear open the seal completely. When that time comes, human, prepare everything for me to devour. If it's not enough, I'll devour you. The resentful voice of the Taotie's eye reverberated in Su Yu's mind. He was sweating profusely. Finally, he managed to seal it. Although there was a small crack, the Taotie's eye could no longer devour things from the outside world. While the golden light beam was completely devoured, Su Yu immediately broke into the tribe. As soon as he entered, A soft body threw itself into his arms and hugged him tightly. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. When he looked down, it was Xiao Dai who had bitten him hard on his shoulder. His body, which was in the state of the holy body, had 2 rows of deep teeth marks. Hiss. Are you trying to bite me to death? Su Yu pushed her away and rubbed his shoulder, which was burning with pain. Xiao Dai's eyes were red and swollen. She was angry and surprised at the same time. She bared her teeth and said, I'm going to bite you to death. Anyway, you don't intend to live, do you? As she spoke, she pounced forward to bite him again. Su Yu raised his hand and pressed it against her forehead. He said, I'm alive, aren't I? Xiao Dai's eyes were misty, and she insisted, it's better to bite you to death so that I don't have to worry about you again. Su Yu said impatiently, fine, go ahead and bite me. He simply let go of Xiao Dai. The latter threw herself into his arms, opened her small mouth, and bit hard on his neck. However, the pain that he imagined did not appear. However, it was 2 soft pieces that were gently pressed and then pulled back. Xiao Dai leaned against his ear and said faintly, don't push me away next time, or I'll really bite you to death. As she spoke, she quickly withdrew like a kitten. As she turned around, her cheeks were still red. Su Yu touched his neck. There, a bright red lipstick mark remained, clearly remaining. This wicked girl. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before completely wiping away the lipstick mark. He shouldn't have asked her to stay if he couldn't bear the feelings. He pulled himself together again. Su Yu looked up. In the entire central abyss, only the 3rd tribe was left. It was like a lonely island in the sea, with no one to rely on. Only the endless golden light beams from the holy mountain were bombarding them. There were thousands of them. In the past, with the other tribes sharing the burden, the golden light beams would at most attack dozens of times. Now that the number had increased 100 times, the pressure was unimaginable. The strong fighters maintaining the formation had their energy depletion doubled. The supplies that were sent back not long ago could have been used for 10 days. But now, they were all used up in just a day and a half. I can't hold on any longer, haven't you all recovered? In front of the formation, the strong fighter maintaining the formation could not help but shout. The row of recovered fighters behind him were pale, obviously not fully recovered. Yu Xiong Wan looked troubled. They were already at the end of their rope and could not hold on for much longer. At this moment, Su Yu rushed over and immediately distributed resources to the resting fighters so that they could recover quickly. That way, when the previous batch of strong fighters could not hold on any longer, they were able to step up in time and support the turtle pattern formation. Thank you for your hard work. There are many resources, please rest assured. Su Yu took out 10,000 boxes of secret medicine and placed them on the high platform. These were enough for them to use for 10 days. The people who were about to give up due to despair finally felt reassured. Yu Xiong Wan looked at Su Yu, not very happy. Instead, she let out a faint sigh. I'd rather you didn't come back. Because the 3rd tribe was already a land of death. Coming here meant certain death. Su Yu said, since you're here, why didn't you come back? Yu Xiong Wan said helplessly, how many resources did you bring back? Su Yu showed the space storage device to her. After looking, Yu Xiong Wan was shocked. This is enough for us to use for 100 years. All the resources that the tribe needed were brought back, more than 100 years. Chapter 28-28. He pointed at the experts and the seemingly sturdy turtle pattern. The resources can last for 100 years, but can the bodies of those experts withstand the continuous infusion of power for 100 years? The tortoise shell has been attacked by the sacred mountain for a long time. Won't it be damaged at all? Hearing this, Yu Xiong Wan was dazed. No matter how powerful an expert was, the continuous infusion of power day and night was a kind of slow damage to the body. It wouldn't even take 100 years. After a few months, the body would start to feel unwell. After a few years, he lost the ability to instill energy. Even if people could withstand it. What about the tortoise pattern? The turtle patterns were set up by ancient almighty beings. According to the plan, when the war started, they would regularly send people to the various tribes to protect the turtle pattern. Now, they were the only tribe left. Would the big shots in the inner abyss still order people to risk their lives to protect the formation of a tribe? The answer was no. How much longer can we hold on? Yu Xiangwan asked blankly. Su Yu looked toward the outside of the turtle pattern, at the impenetrable attacks, and said, at most a month. 1 month later. That was the moment when the turtle mark shattered and all life was extinguished. At that time, facing the full force of the holy mountain, even Su Yu would be reduced to ashes. Unless he released the Taotia's eye. But apparently, he wouldn't. Yu Xiangwan smiled bitterly. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to you and immediately left the middle abyss to hide in the inner abyss. Su Yu had long seen that there was going to be a big change in the middle abyss. Unexpectedly. In the end, it would become such a hopeless situation. This was not like when he had barged in with the Heavenly Court's battleship. At that time, there were only 100 sacred mountains chasing after him. After they arrived at the Tao Abyss, the turtle patterns of many tribes blocked most of the attacks. That was why he was able to escape the calamity. But now, they were alone in the middle of the abyss, facing the bombardment of the entire sacred mountain. How could he escape to the inner abyss? Don't be anxious, and don't give up until the last moment, Su Yu said calmly. His many years of experience had taught him to calmly face despair. In the midst of despair, the most frightening thing was not the hopeless situation on the road, but the despair in one's heart. The former still had a glimmer of hope for survival. The latter would definitely die. Continue overseeing it, Su Yu said. He came to the side, carved out an independent space, and sat cross-legged. He examined the bloody paper carefully. The Taotia's eye was ultimately a hidden danger, and he could not rest easy. After inspecting it for a long time, he confirmed that the Taotia's eye would not be broken again. Su Yu took out the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations. This was a gift from the carefree Son of Heaven to the 8 sovereigns. It was meant to fight against the ancient gods. He gazed at the 10 Daotai heads above him. Su Yu could not help but ponder. Who killed Daotai? If they could kill the Daotai, did that mean that they had a way to destroy the Taotia's eye? It was a pity. It was impossible for him to ask Tianzi. At this moment, the space shook. It was Little Butterfly who had bitten through the barrier of the independent space and entered. You have no manners, Su Yu said angrily. If it was an ordinary person who dared to barge in like this, he would have sent them flying with a slap. Xiao Dai came in and looked around. Soon, he noticed the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, and his eyes lit up. She pouted angrily. You're so stingy, hiding such a treasure and not telling me. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. Is there a treasure I can show you? If I'm not careful, you'll eat me like a snack. I can't let you eat this, Su Yu said calmly. Xiao Dai put her hands on her waist. Am I really that unbearable in your heart? Su Yu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I spoke too fast. Please forgive me. Only then did Little Butterfly wipe her nose, feeling wronged. That's more like it. Forget it, a great man does not hold grudges against a lowly man, I forgive you. Unexpectedly, Su Yu added, you're not that unbearable, because unbearable can no longer describe you. Xiao Dai was furious. Are you trying to piss me off? Stand there and don't move, I promise I won't eat you. Really? Su Yu sighed. Be quiet, I'm really not in the mood to play with you. The current desperate situation was not the time for jokes. Xiao Dai walked over angrily and said with dissatisfaction, why do you say I only do bad things? If you think so, I won't tell you the hidden ability of this treasure. Huh? Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise, what do you know? Beg me. Xiao Dai crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her neck high, waiting for Su Yu to beg her. Su Yu chuckled. Beg you? Okay, then I'll tell the public all the embarrassing things you did when you were a child. For example, eating someone's food on the sly and leaving them with nothing but their underwear. Xiao Dai suddenly blushed and widened her eyes. You are despicable, you are shameless, you are obscene, you are heartless, you are inhuman. Su Yu shrugged. These are all you're doing. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth and said bitterly, I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be like this, Su Yu. Are you going to tell me or not? Su Yu shook the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Xiao Dai pouted and cried, I'll tell you. She took the great sickle of 10,000 calamity from Su Yu's hand and said, Look. Xiao Dai held it in her hand. To Su Yu's surprise, she activated the great sickle of 10,000 calamity, turning it into an existence of 10 feet. Even the golden Dao Tai's head appeared. More than that. The eyes of the golden head opened a little wider than when Su Yu activated it. How did you do it? Su Yu was surprised. The Space Master had explained it clearly. Only the bloodline of the 8 great masters could activate it. Su Yu had obtained the bloodline of the 7 great masters, so he had been able to activate it until now. Xiao Dai pointed to herself. What is my original form? Mutant 9-colored chaos butterfly. Isn't that right? I was born with the power of chaos. Isn't it natural for me to activate something made of this chaotic material? Chaotic material? Su Yu couldn't help but feel ashamed. Since obtaining the great sickle of 10,000 calamity, Su Yu still didn't know what it was made of. So what? The great sickle of 10,000 calamity that you activated is not much stronger than mine, Su Yu said. Compared to the destruction of the holy mountain, the power it exerts is negligible. The power of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity was actually quite weak. It was not even as good as Su Yu's human sacred body. You underestimate the treasure made of chaotic material, don't you? Xiao Dai looked at him as if he was ruining a good thing. The power that you and I can exert alone is less than 1/10,000th of its true power, Xiao Dai said. Su Yu was taken aback. 1/10,000th. He suddenly remembered that when this golden head appeared, it scared a small holy mountain into retreating. Now that he thought about it carefully, perhaps he really hadn't unearthed the true power of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Chapter 28-29. If you and I can join forces, the power will be at least 100 times greater than if we were alone. 100 times? How strong would that be? Su Yu couldn't estimate. Based on preliminary estimates, it should be easy to wipe out most of the golden light beams, Xiao Dai analyzed seriously. Su Yu's eyes lit up. How do I combine the powers? He had the power of the bloodline of the ruler. Xiao Dai had the power of her own chaos. Hearing that, Xiao Dai blushed and could not help but feel awkward. She hesitated and did not say anything. Looking at her face, Su Yu had a bad feeling. Do I have to do something difficult? Su Yu asked. Xiao Dai bowed her head shyly and softly nodded. Su Yu's face was a little pale. He had experienced many similar things. There were even many women who sacrificed themselves for him in order to recover their cultivation. But facing Xiao Dai, he really could not accept intimate contact between a man and a woman. We need to exchange our bloodline with the power of chaos. I will suck your blood and then instill some of my chaos into you. Su Yu was stunned. Su Yu was stunned. What is there to be shy about? Xiao Dai was even more shy. Don't I have to touch you when I suck your blood? How can I not be shy? As she spoke, her voice became softer and softer. Su Yu was speechless. People who don't know might think this is the first time you have bitten me. Ever since he was a child, Xiao Dai had said many times that she wanted to eat him. It was not the first time she had bitten him. Now she was actually shy. It gave Su Yu a false alarm. Hey, what do you mean? Xiao Dai said fiercely. The past is the past. How can it be compared to now? Su Yu was speechless. It's all bites. I can't see the difference. Xiao Dai bit her lips tightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, she said, okay, then I won't be polite. Don't scream in pain. Wait. I will do it myself. Su Yu did not dare to let her bite herself. It would hurt. He made a cut on his wrist, and blood flowed out. Then he put his wrist in front of her mouth. Drink. Xiao Dai blushed and lowered her head to the wound, gently sucking the blood. Her movements were very gentle, not as violent as he imagined. Su Yu also felt that it was strange, so he could not help but avert his gaze and look elsewhere. "Hurry up," he simply urged. Xiao Dai immediately took a bite. Su Yu really had no more temper. However, with this bite, Su Yu clearly felt that an extremely peculiar and obscure power had appeared in his body. He was no stranger to that power. It had appeared on little Kailin before. However, this was the first time it had appeared in his body. Not long after, Xiao Dai stopped sucking. Before her red lips left his wrist, she stuck out her soft and tender tongue and licked the wound like a kitten. When Su Yu saw this, he felt that something was amiss. At this moment, in his eyes, little Butterfly was no longer the little girl who only knew how to fool around and wanted to eat at any time. She seemed to be a little more feminine now. His heart skipped a beat before he hurriedly averted his eyes. "All right." Little Butterfly retracted her mouth, feeling a little embarrassed. "Now, I have the bloodline of the ruler in my body, and you have the power of chaos in your body. We only need to fuse the two kinds of power within a month, then we can smoothly join forces and activate the great scythe of 10,000 calamities together." Su Yu calmed his fluctuating emotions and nodded. "Okay." The two immediately practiced alone. Su Yu guided his bloodline of the ruler and began to fuse it with the power of chaos. As a case study, different powers were very difficult to fuse. But the strange thing was, the power of the ruler's bloodline and the power of chaos seemed to be of the same origin. Without much effort, the two powers began to show signs of fusing. 1 month. It was definitely enough. 10 days later, Su Yu had already fused the powers in advance. But Xiao Dai seemed to be far from complete. As for the reason, it was probably because the power of the bloodline could absorb the power of chaos more easily, so it was faster. And the power of chaos in Xiao Dai's body was more than the power of the bloodline, so it was more difficult to absorb. However, Xiao Dai should be able to succeed within a month. When the time came, they would be able to use the great scythe of 10,000 calamities together. However, at this moment, a hurried message came from Su Yu's waist. He took it down and looked at it. His face changed slightly. This was a transmission from 3 days ago, but because the two of them were in a deep meditative state, they did not notice the transmission. The message was from Yu Xiong Wan. It must be something big. He immediately arrived in the outside world. The scene that greeted his eyes caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. He saw a continuous stretch of the holy mountains, with the momentum of a great army, hovering in the sky of the Tao abyss. The holy mountains had arrived. Before this, they had been in the distant void. Now they had completely arrived at the Tao abyss, just above their heads. The tens of thousands of holy mountains were connected, not only covering the middle abyss. Even the inner abyss was covered. Su Yu's heart was beating wildly. The holy mountains were ready to fight the Tao abyss. Giant grey palms were waving at the foot of the sacred mountain. They supported the void and moved forward. Separated by tens of thousands of feet. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. The pressure that shook the era also came from the holy mountains. The tortoise pattern trembled. At this moment, even without the attack of the golden beam, just the pressure of the holy mountains at such a close distance made the tortoise pattern look like it could not withstand it. Many strong men gritted their teeth and frantically instilled their own strength to maintain the operation of the tortoise pattern. Everyone's heart was in their throat. A strong sense of despair surged in their hearts like a tsunami. Such a huge holy mountain. If they attacked them with all their strength, how could they resist it? Su Yu's heart was also heavy. Looking at Xiao Dai, who still needed a long time to integrate the bloodline, he felt exhausted. Finally, he found a glimmer of hope. The situation that was already hopeless became even worse, becoming even more hopeless. However, what they feared had happened. A scene that made everyone completely desperate appeared. The union of tens of thousands of holy mountains released golden beams together. They converged with each other. The target, the third tribe. The holy mountains wanted to use the middle abyss as a stronghold, so they had to eradicate all obstacles. The third tribe had to be destroyed. Looking into the distance, the third tribe was like a speck of dust, facing the crazy attack of a giant rock. The converging golden beams were larger than the entire third tribe. The inner abyss. In a dark secret room. There was a huge crystal ball in the center. What was reflected inside was the scene of despair. The crystal ball shone brightly, illuminating the faces of the people in the secret room. Everyone's face was full of heaviness and helplessness. Lord of Nirvana, what do you think? An existence hidden in the darkness exuded an ancient breath. In the flickering light. Chapter 28:30. He was surrounded by 18 monks. If Su Yu were here, he would surely recognize the monk, who was ranked last among them. He was no one else. It was the monk who had taken Jiyu Taishu away and was injured by Su Yu. At this moment, as the weakest of the 18 protectors, he was protecting the monk in the center like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The Lord of Nirvana. An otherworldly great Buddha who had crossed 2 epochs. He was the one who created the path of faith, the mysterious Nirvana, and his footprints covered the world. He was constantly extracting the faith in the world for his own use. In the secret chamber. They were the peerless almighties of the Tao abyss. Among them, there was no lack of ancient existences who had survived the last era. Yet at this moment, everyone first asked for the Nirvana's opinion. From this, one could see how high this person's status was. The Lord of Nirvana stared emotionlessly at the third tribe that had been destroyed by the holy mountain. His expression was as indifferent as the Brahma deity as he said, "The Buddha said that it is fate. Let's leave it to fate." All the mighty figures in the room fell silent. No one objected. Because no one was willing to risk their lives for a small third tribe. He fought against 10,000 sacred mountains alone. Hence, many peerless supreme beings silently stared at the image of the third tribe, which had been brutally crushed. Bang! A loud rumbling sound transmitted to the inner abyss. Smoke and dust filled the sky, blotting out the sun and obscuring the gazes of all living beings. Prepare yourselves, the middle abyss has fallen, a powerful being slowly got up and said calmly. The mighty ones in the room all stood up. He was ready to leave. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God! Look!" Many mighty figures turned their attention back to the screen. At this moment, the screen was clearer. It could be seen through the blur. The third tribe still existed. To be exact, he was completely unscathed. "What's going on?" They exclaimed in surprise and stared again. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, a shocking scene was reflected in their eyes. Near the third tribe, the ancient continent was blasted through by the combined forces of over 10,000 sacred mountains, revealing the abyss below. That crack was only 100 miles away from the third tribe. Just a little bit more and the third tribe would have been annihilated. What happened? No one could believe it. One of the great beings walked up to the screen and stroked it with his palm. The image on the screen rewound. That terrifying golden beam of light descended, destroying the world. The third tribe should have been blasted into nothingness. However, a strange scene appeared. The holy mountain suddenly shook unstably, causing the condensed golden light beam to deviate and brush past the holy mountain. Is there someone influencing sacred mountain? A mighty figure asked in surprise. Who could interfere with the joint attack of tens of thousands of holy mountains? Other than the Son of Heaven of the sacred mountain and ancient god 9 dragons hidden deep within the abyss, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? Then, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. The united sacred mountain suddenly split into over 100 pieces. They formed an independent body and turned to attack the sacred mountain. Beams of golden light bombarded their compatriots without warning. Caught off guard, tens of thousands of sacred mountains were immediately destroyed. Such a sudden scene stunned many mighty figures. The sacred mountain is having internal strife, someone exclaimed. At this moment, another change occurred. The tens of thousands of sacred mountains suddenly burst like bubbles under the intense attack. There were originally more than 10,000 sacred mountains, but in the end, there were only 1,000. This was the true number of sacred mountains. Those 10,000 were created by the combined efforts of more than 1,000 sacred mountains. The goal was to intimidate the Tao abyss so that it would be easier to descend. At this moment, 100 sacred mountains had rebelled and were fighting the remaining 900. The scene was unprecedentedly intense. The mighty figures were silent. We should take action. This is a rare opportunity. How can we miss it? The many mighty figures agreed. Only the Lord of Nirvana shook his head. All things have their own principles. I, Nirvana, will just stay in the Tao abyss. The other mighty figures who were preparing to act immediately hesitated. Nirvana was the most powerful among them. If even Nirvana stood by and did nothing, wouldn't they be courting their own destruction by participating in the battle? Everyone, are all of you pigs and dogs in that pen? Are you just going to sit there and wait for death? A rough and overbearing voice came from a corner. Everyone turned to look. In a corner, a man in a black cloak with flying black hair and disdainful eyes exuding boundless demonic energy. He sat at the top of the throne like an emperor. He looked down at the many mighty figures with disdain. He was the demon emperor. In the previous era, he was second only to the 9 sacred ancestors. However, he was sealed in the death eye of the heavenly Tao by the 9-tailed emperor. He had only managed to escape not long ago. He even came to the Tao abyss. His extremely high qualifications and strength naturally made him one of the few core figures that the Tao abyss mighty figures paid the most attention to. The demon emperor slowly stood up from the throne. How powerful was the sacred ancestor in the past? When the world was destroyed, they faced it head-on. The human ancestor even went to the true sacred mountain alone and shook the stone fetus emperor. As the body dies, the soul perishes, but the will is undying, traversing past and present. Look at all of you. The demon emperor's eyes were full of disdain. A bunch of ants. A mere emperor's family scared all of you into hiding. You didn't even dare to fight for the rare opportunity in front of you. After saying this, he walked down from the throne. All of you are not worthy to travel with me. As he spoke, he left the secret room and prepared to go to the sacred mountain alone. Count me in, a voice said from a corner. Everyone looked over. Their pupils constricted. The 9th palace master of the heavenly Tao palace, the heavenly book Daoist. Many people who knew the situation looked fearful. Their fear was no less than the demon emperor's. Yun Yazi walked out from the darkness. He exuded an elegant aura. In the current era, the peerless experts have either become the dogs of the sacred mountain or have their bodies and souls destroyed. We are no longer as glorious as we were in the previous era. However, the demon emperor was right about one thing. If we don't fight for the opportunity in front of us, are we far away from destruction? Yun Yazi took a deep breath and said, if we don't save ourselves, who will save us? Are we going to rely on the ancestors of the 9th civilization? The surroundings were deathly silent. I've been hiding for an era. I'll fight the heavenly book Daoist with the demon emperor. The sound of chains came from a corner. Everyone looked over. It was an old man with disheveled hair and a filthy face. He was carrying chains all over his body. It was the heaven-cracking patriarch who had hidden in the giant evil crossing lotus. After the 7-star civilization was destroyed, he also left the civilization through the crack and arrived at the Tao abyss. Even the heaven-cracking patriarch is going to fight. The crowd was shocked again. The heaven-cracking patriarch was a patriarch from the previous era. In terms of experience, he was on par with the 9 great sacred ancestors. However, his cultivation level was slightly lower. Chapter 28:31. Count me in. I'm going too. Many experts were motivated, and more people joined them. It was rare for there to be internal strife in the sacred mountain. There might not be much danger. Finally, they looked at the Lord of Nirvana. The Lord of Nirvana was unmoved like a mountain, and he said calmly, "My Buddha is merciful, and does not kill." This poor monk awaits the good news from everyone. Everyone was furious. What compassion! Had Nirvana rebirth not killed many people? In order to gain faith, how many wars had been waged and how many lives had been lost? At this moment, he had a fake look of compassion on his face. He was clearly unwilling to take the risk. The Demon Emperor, Heaven Book Tao Master, and Heaven Splitter Patriarch glanced at the Nirvana Lord before leading their experts away from the inner abyss. At that time, Suyu stood under the turtle pattern, and his eyes emitted a soul light that soared into the sky. It was naturally impossible for the son of heaven's clansman to suddenly have internal strife. It was Suyu who was controlling the 100 captives. During the battle outside the giant lotus of Evil Crossing, Suyu had destroyed 100 holy mountains that were pursuing him with the mirror flower Heavenly Prince's stone mirror. Furthermore, he had captured the Emperor's clansmen alive. He didn't kill them. Instead, he controlled them and made them wait for his orders. No matter how dangerous the situation was, Suyu did not use them. It had to be used at the most valuable moment. In the face of this destructive attack, they had indeed erupted with an unimaginable boost. Not only did they prevent the sacred mountain from annihilating the third tribe, but they also caused them to kill each other and cause internal strife. He had no time to care about the third tribe below him. Of course, this was not a long-term plan. Suyu, is it too late for us to leave now? Yu Xiongwen stared at the chaotic battle in the sky, her heart thumping in fear. Suyu shook his head solemnly. It's too late. He only controlled 1/10 of the sacred mountain. A 1-to-10 battle wouldn't last long. In the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, more than half of the sacred mountain he controlled had been destroyed. They were afraid that the battle above would end before they left the tribe. At that time, they did not have the protection of the rebellious sacred mountain, nor did they have the protection of the turtle pattern. The result was obvious. Suyu stared at the 5 sacred mountains, which were in imminent danger, with a grave expression on his face. When they fell, the third tribe would face the boundless fury of the sacred mountain. At that time, how could the third tribe fight back? At this moment, majestic dark clouds rushed out from the inner abyss. The auras of countless peerless experts mixed together, shocking the world. Many powerful secret techniques and powerful magical treasures rained down like a storm. In an instant, the sacred mountain, which was fighting against the rebel army, was caught off guard and was immediately blasted into pieces. The sacred mountain had no choice but to divert its attention to attack the incoming peerless experts. However, those experts suddenly attacked and seized the initiative. For a moment, the Holy Mountains alliance was disrupted, and they fell into a chaotic battle, unable to form an effective alliance. On top of that, there were 50 powerful sacred mountains as the rebel army. They were attacking from both sides. For a time, the sacred mountain fell into chaos. Upon seeing this, Suyu immediately said, "Everyone, get ready to evacuate." Many experts had been channeling power into the tortoise pattern for a long period of time. Their bodies were already showing signs of being unable to endure it. Now, he was finally free. They all stopped and rushed out of the turtle pattern, speeding towards the inner abyss. Suyu led the people of the heavenly court and took the opportunity to enter the inner abyss. Bang! A scattered golden beam of light brushed past the tail of the heavenly courts, causing the heavenly court's battleship to sway and almost collapse. Similar scenes were happening all over the world. Fortunately, he was only affected. Unlucky ones were killed on the spot. All the creatures used their lives and blood to perform a great escape. 2 hours later, they finally escaped from the center of the battle, and there were few golden beams descending in the vicinity. Many people relaxed. "Don't stop, we can't rest until we reach the inner abyss," Suyu shouted from the heavenly court's battleship. Everyone endured their physical exhaustion and injuries and continued to move forward. Boom, however, it was also at this moment. The chaotic battle was over. After an hour of chaotic battle, the sacred mountain gradually wiped out the rebellious sacred mountains. Finally, they could spare some energy to focus on dealing with the peerless experts who rushed out. A total of 500 sacred mountains united as one and launched a devastating attack against the peerless experts. Even the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain could not face the joint attack of 500 small sacred mountains alone, could he? Not to mention these strong experts in the void. Boomer, an existence who survived from the previous era, was bombarded by a powerful golden beam on the spot. The old man was annihilated on the spot. Then, one after another, strong experts perished. Although they were still continuing to destroy more sacred mountains. However, the price of killing each other was obviously not worth it. Retreat. They had successfully destroyed 400 sacred mountains. Together with the 100 that Suyu controlled, a total of 500 had been destroyed. More than half of the sacred mountains had been destroyed. It could be said that they had achieved an unexpected victory, which greatly reduced the pressure on the inner abyss. The Demon Emperor and the others laughed heartily as they hurried back. Each of them had magical powers. It might be difficult to shake the sacred mountains, but if they wanted to leave, could the sacred mountains stop them? Not long after, the group of peerless experts dispersed. However, as soon as they left, the third tribe was in trouble. The sacred mountains could not catch up with the peerless experts, but could they not catch up with the third tribe? Boom, several golden beams fell, destroying the ruins of the third tribe and razing it to the ground. Then, they madly chased after the strong men of the third tribe who were fleeing for their lives on the ancient land. Boom, boom. Golden beams of light rapidly bombarded from afar. The faces of the people of the third tribe were pale. The journey to the inner abyss would take at least half a day at most of their speed. How could they escape? Suyu also felt a little anxious. At this moment, suddenly, he discovered a giant creature that was no smaller than the tribe, lying there quietly. It was the giant nightmare crossing lotus that had descended into the Tao abyss. Suyu's eyes lit up. Go in. The strong men of the third tribe had no other choice. They could only go in. Suyu also maneuvered the Heavenly Court's battleship and re-entered. Follow me. Suyu ordered everyone to come to the central control room. The round ball was still there, but there was no energy in it. Everyone, inject as much energy as you can into it. Life and death depend on this. Suyu raised his voice. No one dared to hold back when it was a matter of life and death. They instilled all their energy into it. Suddenly, a layer of liquid energy appeared in the empty round ball. Suyu immediately took control. In an instant, a layer of turtle patterns appeared on the surface of the giant nightmare crossing lotus. Just then, several golden beams of light bombarded it. The turtle patterns easily blocked them. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He maneuvered the giant nightmare crossing lotus into the sky and sped toward the inner abyss. With the speed of the giant nightmare crossing lotus, it was not a day's journey. A cup of tea's time was enough. The strong men of the third tribe immediately became excited. Chief, do we continue to instill more energy? At this moment, there was close to 1/10 of the energy in the round ball. It was even more than when they obtained the giant nightmare crossing lotus. Suyu's eyes flashed. Of course, the more the better. Everyone immediately tried to instill energy into it. Chapter 28-32. The attacks from behind continued. The turtle pattern flickered with a flickering brilliance, stubbornly resisting. He sped along the way. Half a cup of tea later. The energy within the gigantic dark traversing lotus was already fully charged, reaching an unprecedented peak. Compared to the pitiful amount of energy at the beginning, the difference was too great. At this moment, it was the pinnacle state of the gigantic evil crossing lotus. However, the sacred mountain made some adjustments after failing to catch up with them for a long time. The scattered attacks of the sacred mountain gathered together again. A total of 500 beams of golden light converged into a single line. The screen below the gigantic evil crossing lotus constellation immediately gave out an urgent warning. The entire Nirvana lotus shone with a dark red light. It flickered indeterminately, and it caused people's hearts to tremble. Suyu's eyes turned serious and he immediately ordered, "Prepare the giant cannon." In the creaking sound, 100 cannons emerged from the lotus. The power of this cannon. One of them could destroy a sacred mountain. Previously, he had limited energy and was unable to use it. But now, he could easily mobilize 100 of them. Bang! The huge cannon rumbled. A total of 100 streaks of fiery light shot out at the same time and bombarded the oncoming golden light beam. The two clashed. Naturally, the 500 beams of golden light were even more terrifying. Without losing any of its momentum, it extinguished the 100 flames. However, it was also greatly offset. When the attack landed on the giant abyss crossing lotus, it shook violently. At one point, He even lost control, and all his control methods failed, causing him to fall from the sky. Fortunately, the tortoiseshell on the outside had cracked a few times, but it absorbed the energy from the energy ball and recovered. He stubbornly resisted all the energy. Not long after, the bad deed lotus seat regained control, and continued to move forward. In another half a cup of tea's time, he would successfully pass through the inner abyss. There was an even stronger defense there, and the sacred mountain wouldn't be able to do anything in the short term. However, when Su Yu and the others looked at the sphere, they discovered that the energy that had been stored just a moment ago had been reduced to the last layer in the blink of an eye. Just one combined attack had depleted almost all of Nightmare Lotus Constellation's energy. And this was under the circumstances of the 500 sacred mountains. If there were 1,000 sacred mountains, the consequences could be imagined. It was no wonder that the great beings of the previous era could not escape the destruction of the era even though they had the giant Nirvana Lotus. Continue to fill it with energy, Su Yu ordered immediately. None of the experts dared to be negligent as they frantically poured their energy into it. They rejoiced inwardly, as they had followed Su Yu's instructions and filled it with energy. Otherwise, all of them would have died here. At this moment, the sacred mountain's first attack had failed, so it was accumulating power for its second attack. Fortunately, the reunion was not too far away. Victory or defeat depends on this. Su Yu saw that the energy had gathered slightly, and immediately said, "Giant cannon, get ready, release." Dozens of cannons erupted with destructive flames, striking first to gain the initiative. Suddenly, the sacred mountain, which was gathering power, became chaotic. They hurriedly separated to avoid the destruction of the fire. Taking this chance, the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Seat took a big step forward. When the sacred mountain reformed itself and gave chase once more, the Grievous Crossing Lotus Throne had already arrived at the inner abyss. The experts inside were already prepared to activate the defense, and released the gigantic evil Crossing Lotus Throne. Yun Yazi, Heaven-Splitting Forefather, Demon Emperor, and the others stared at the giant Nirvana Lotus that was rushing toward them like fireflies. They were all surprised. Who is the commander of the third tribe? Patriarch Skysplitter was surprised. The third tribe's contribution cannot go unnoticed in dealing a heavy blow to the sacred mountain. Apart from that, they even brought back the lost king-level evil Crossing Lotus Seat from the previous era. What a great contribution! They were increasingly curious about the commander of the third tribe. It was difficult for them to imagine what kind of existence he was, and how he could have done such earth-shattering things. Only Yun Yazi's eyes shone brightly. "They're close. Get ready." Suddenly, someone shouted. The person controlling the formation immediately tensed up. The inner abyss was the last line of defense. The holy mountain must not be allowed inside. Therefore, it could only be activated for a moment. Finally, the gigantic evil Crossing Lotus Seat arrived outside the inner abyss. The person controlling the formation immediately prepared to let them in. However, right at this moment, a calm and magnificent voice resounded. "Wait." As soon as the words were spoken, a golden Buddha's light spread across the land. In the Buddha's light, the Master of Nirvana, accompanied by 18 guardians, descended before the formation. "This formation cannot be opened," the Master of Nirvana said solemnly. "Once it is opened, disaster will befall us." The chains on Patriarch Skysplitter's body shook, and he said disdainfully, "Why, Master of Nirvana, aren't you aloof now? Why are you here to command us?" He asked him to take the opportunity to destroy the sacred mountain. He tried all sorts of excuses. Now that they had won a great victory, he came out to participate. The Master of Nirvana said, "I'm only thinking about your safety. Please don't be impulsive." Patriarch Skysplitter spat on the ground. "If everyone was as calm as you, not only would the third tribe be destroyed, but the sacred mountain would also be unharmed." He waved his hand and said, "Listen to me. Open the formation immediately and let everyone from the third tribe return." However, the Master of Nirvana pressed his palm lightly. A giant palm of Buddha's light pressed down on the formation, preventing it from being activated. "I said that we can't let them go. It'll be chaos if we let them go." Everyone was furious. Master of Nirvana, The third tribe has made great contributions. Aren't you afraid that you'll disappoint everyone by refusing to help them? The Master of Nirvana put his palms together and said mercifully, Amitabha, I'm worried about everyone, which is why I refused to open the formation. I believe everyone will understand. The Demon Emperor's gaze was like lightning. He swept his palm and shattered the giant palm of Buddha's light. He did not hide his disdain at all. Fake mercy. Scram. As he spoke, he personally went to open the formation. The sacred mountain was far away, and the attack had not been concentrated yet. There was clearly enough time for the third tribe to enter. Yet, the Master of Nirvana insisted on stopping them. The Master of Nirvana said indifferently, Demon Emperor, you've betrayed the people and harmed them. Aren't you afraid? As soon as he finished, Yun Yazi flew into the formation and worked with the Demon Emperor to control it. Creak, a crack appeared in the formation. He said softly, the beings of the third tribe are also living beings. Aren't you betraying them by abandoning them? A faint flame burned on the surface of the Master of Nirvana's body. His brows also became solemn. You're so stubborn that you want to harm the people. I can't let you go. As he spoke, he clenched his palms and forcefully closed the crack in the formation. Su Yu and the others, who saw this from afar, were furious. The Master of Nirvana wanted to kill them. Charge! Su Yu said decisively. The lotus throne, which had been wandering for a long time, charged forward immediately. As they approached, the crack became smaller and smaller. It was about to be completely sealed. Su Yu shouted, time and space leap. Instantly, the entire Nirvana was enveloped in an unprecedented time and space domain. Chapter 28:33. The area around the Grievous Crossing Lotus Throne was filled with an unparalleled power. In the time it took to breathe, it flew forward. The moment the crack closed, the gigantic evil traversing Lotus constellation charged in dangerously. Several breaths later, only then did the terrifying attack from the sacred mountain finally descend, ruthlessly striking the defense. Many of the attacks were reflected. The sacred mountain was unwilling to give up. It roamed around the inner abyss and bombarded indiscriminately. But to no avail. In the end, he could only retreat unwillingly in case the peerless experts of the inner yard launched a sneak attack. At that time, the space-time energy surrounding the gigantic evil crossing Lotus slowly dissipated. He wobbled and successfully landed in the inner abyss. Within the Lotus seat, many people cheered and jumped in joy. However, Su Yu's face sank. How could he be happy? This is too much. Through the giant screen on the ground, he could clearly see the situation in the inner abyss. It was that unknown monk who forcefully sealed the crack. All of them had almost been buried outside. Everyone, leave the Lotus seat, Su Yu ordered. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the huge energy ball and put it in his hand. The power of the gigantic evil traversing Lotus was something that all the peerless experts in the Tao Abyss had witnessed with their own eyes. He had to guard against those among them with ulterior motives. For example, that monk. The group left the gigantic Nirvana Lotus. Many peerless experts led the experts of the inner abyss and waited outside the Lotus. As the tortoise pattern spread out, all living beings on the Lotus throne came out one after another. The Demon Emperor laughed heartily. Who is the third tribe's tribal chief? Come out and meet me. They were too curious. What kind of person could command the third tribe and accomplish one earth-shattering feat after another? Everyone looked behind them. A silver-haired youth slowly walked out. She saw him. The Demon Emperor was stunned as if he had seen a ghost. It's you. Human saint body? How could he not recognize this person? Back then, it was he who had replaced the stone-birth son of Heaven's heart with Su Yu's heart. However, he would never have thought that, back then, not only did that weak sacred mortal body not die in the destruction of the sacred mountain, but he also managed to survive. He had even reached the inner abyss and had somehow become a powerhouse of the third tribe. Kid, how come it's you? Heaven-splitting patriarch also revealed a look of disbelief. Unexpectedly, Su Yu did not die in the catastrophe. Not only that, but he had also set records that no almighty being could achieve. The calmest one was Yun Yazi. He smiled. I knew it. The third tribe's chieftain is you. Who in the world could contend against the sacred mountain? In that case, it could only be the sacred body of mortal fetus. Only Su Yu could lead the people and inflict such heavy damage on the holy mountain. Su Yu looked at the three familiar divine experts in front of him and immediately stepped forward. Greetings, Master. Greetings, seniors. Many peerless experts were dumbfounded. Tao Lord Heavenly Book, this kid is your disciple? Yun Yaz's face was filled with gratification. Yes, he is my disciple. The Demon Emperor was aware of the relationship between Su Yu and Yun Yazi, so he sighed and said, Old man, you really know how to train your disciples. First, there was the sinful woman, and now, there's Su Yu. At the mention of the sinful lady, everyone present nodded in agreement. The mighty figures of Maze Crossing who had been in seclusion all year round had heard of the sinful lady's strength. It was said. It was an invincible existence in the void. In the current era's nothingness, no one was a match for it. It was hard to guess how powerful she was at her peak. She might even be comparable to the mighty figures of Maze Crossing. This kid is not bad. What is especially valuable is his sacred body. If he is given time to grow, he will definitely be of great help to us in the future. Haha, I'm afraid that some people are too impatient and won't give the sacred body time to grow. After all, they walk the same path of faith. A divine expert sneered. The rest of the strong men could not help but look at the Master of Nirvana. Realization dawned on them. After being reminded, they now realized the reason for the Master of Nirvana's unusual behavior. What did the Master of Nirvana rely on to achieve his current status? It was faith. Absorbing the faith of the people for his own use and achieving supreme status. What about Su Yu's sacred body? It also needed the faith of the people. Only then could his sacred body continue to grow. There was only one faith for the people. There was bound to be an irreconcilable conflict between the two sides. Therefore, when the Master of Nirvana sensed that it was likely the sacred body of the human race who had come, that was why he stood his ground and refused to allow Su Yu and the others to enter. He wanted to use the holy mountain to get rid of the sacred body of the human race. Fortunately, there were righteous people like Yun Yazi, the Demon Emperor, and the heaven-splitting ancestor who did their best to help. Finally, Su Yu and the others returned alive. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. The sun and moon can bear witness to my original intention. I have no evil intentions. Please don't slander my intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms. Numerous cavern worlds appeared around him. There were billions of them. Every cavern world was golden and radiant, filled with auspicious Buddha's light. The living creatures inside were bathed in the Buddha's light, living peacefully and peacefully. Imperceptibly, they exuded boundless reverence for the Master of Nirvana. All of a sudden, all the living creatures felt something and were enraged. The angry will was almost tangible, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed up to the clouds. The giant face that formed the image of all living creatures looked down at the many strong men on the ground. The face was full of anger. It was expressing its anger at them for doubting the Master of Nirvana. That kind of absolute willpower caused the souls of the group of experts to be greatly suppressed. They could not even use half of their strength. This was the power of faith. After 2 eras, all the believers that the Master of Nirvana had gathered. They could be used by the Master of Nirvana at any time, becoming his weapon to suppress his enemies. Despicable. An unparalleled strong man said in a low voice. When the holy mountain invaded, the Master of Nirvana did not dare to make a move. Now, he was arrogant to his own people. The most despicable thing was that he claimed to be doing it for the common people, but in fact, he was using the faith of the common people. Slander the Buddha. You should be stopped. The face let out an angry roar, shooting a terrifying light. The unparalleled strong man who spoke immediately felt the great pressure on his soul, and he could not help but feel extreme pain. Seeing that, Yun Yazi and the others immediately took action. They used the power of the heavenly law to resist the great pressure on the soul. You are too much. The other strong men could not stand it anymore and took action. In the end, under their joint efforts, Not only did they resist the great pressure on the soul, but they also successfully shattered the face. The billions of cavern worlds immediately shook. Many of the cavern worlds dimmed and fell into darkness. The master of Nirvana's body shook. He retreated a few steps and was supported by the 18 protectors. The demon monarch looked at him coldly and said, "Master of Nirvana, the enemies have not been eliminated yet, and you are already killing your own people. What is your intention?" The master of Nirvana stabilized his body and put his palms together. "Amitabha, that is the will of the common people, not my doing." Hypocrite. Without the guidance of the master of Nirvana, would the common people show killing intent? Chapter 28-34. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. If they worked together, they could contend against the Lord of Nirvana. Otherwise, they would most likely be enslaved by the Lord of Nirvana, and in the glorified name of converting to Buddhism, becoming one of his followers. Everyone has misunderstood this poor monk's intentions. The Lord of Nirvana said indifferently. He swept his gaze across the crowd. He landed on the evil redeeming lotus and said, "This lotus has the effect of helping all living beings survive the calamity. Why don't you hand it over to me for safekeeping?" Saying. Without any explanation, he landed on the gigantic Nirvana lotus, and a huge Buddhist light enveloped him. It indicated that the evil traversing lotus constellation was his. Yun-Yazi, heaven-shattering forefather, and the demon emperor had all emerged from the gigantic nightmare-crossing lotus. They were well aware of his past and present lives. The king-grade nightmare-traversing lotus was passed down by the 9 great divine ancestors. When did it become yours? The 3 of them leaped onto the nightmare-traversing lotus. He used his own heavenly Tao energy to forcefully disperse half of the Buddhist light. At this moment, the other peerless experts did not choose a side. Because they had the same thoughts about the king-grade dark-crossing lotus throne. The significance of this lotus was extraordinary. In the previous era, it had protected many powerful beings who survived until this era. Perhaps they would need it in the end. Hence, it was better not to let Su Yu, a junior, have control over this item. At the very least, it should be under their control. As for who among them would be in charge, that would have to be discussed later. Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart as he witnessed everything. As expected. The gigantic evil crossing lotus throne would definitely cause trouble. Fortunately, he had obtained the energy ball from the central controller in advance. He flew in front of Yun-Yazi and handed the energy ball to him in front of everyone. "I have been entrusted by the people of the Lotus Sect of Nightmares to hand over the control of the energy ball to Master." Everyone was shocked. This kid actually took away the control core in advance. As such, the gigantic dark traversing lotus throne was just an empty shell. Even if they managed to snatch it, it would be useless. Yun-Yazi smiled and put the energy ball away. The reason why Su Yu did this was because he realized that the loss of the core would be discovered by the peerless experts sooner or later. In his hands, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble, so it was better to hand it over to Yun-Yazi. Seeing this, the Lord of Nirvana frowned and retracted his Buddhist light unwillingly. Without the core, the grievous crossing lotus throne was useless. "Heavenly Book Daoist Lord, please hand the core over to this poor monk for safekeeping," Lord of Nirvana said. Yun-Yazi smiled faintly. "I have the most understanding of the evil crossing lotus seat, it would be better for me to do it." In this world, there was no one who was knowledgeable. Who could compare to Yun-Yazi? The Demon Emperor and the heaven-shattering forefather were naturally on Yun-Yazi's side. "If you want the control core, you'll have to ask us first." The 3 of them stood side by side. It seemed like he was willing to fight against the Lord of Nirvana. The latter pondered for a long time before giving up. He said calmly, "All right, as long as you can benefit the common people, it doesn't matter who you hand it over to. I won't be so stubborn." The rest of the lights glanced at Su Yu. A trace of coldness quietly circulated. The friction between the 2 sides ended in mutual restraint. The Lord of Nirvana led his people away. The 18 protectors followed one after another. The guardian at the end of the line cast a glance at Su Yu before leaving. Coincidentally, Su Yu caught a glimpse of that gaze. Taking a closer look, His eyes immediately turned cold. It was him. The monk who had taken Jiyu Taishu away. Why? Do you have a grudge against the Lord of Nirvana's 18 protectors? Yun Yazi asked. Su Yu nodded. Yes, he rescued an old enemy of mine. I don't know if he's in the inner abyss. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Yun Yazi shook his head. I'm afraid he's already in the Lord of Nirvana's cavern. It'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find him. All right. Su Yu swore to himself that one day, he would pay the price for Nirvana. By the way, Master. Su Yu took out the bronze plate. Yun Yazi's expression changed drastically when he saw it. The bronze plate. Where did you get it? Su Yu said thoughtfully, Didn't you give it to me, Master? Yun Yazi said, What I gave you was a soul replica. It must have been the work of the soul dominator, but what you have in your hands is the real thing. Back then, Yun Yazi had found half a bronze plate in an ancient tomb. That ancient tomb was the tomb that the soul dominator had left behind when he faked his death to escape. Unexpectedly, Yun Yazi had found it by accident. He had taken the bronze plate with him. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. The soul dominator thought he had deceived you. I didn't expect you to know all along that the bronze plate was conjured with a thought. Yun Yazi just smiled. In fact, when his cultivation was weak, he hadn't noticed the abnormality of the bronze plate. It was only when he became stronger that he finally noticed the abnormality of the bronze plate. But he didn't say it out loud. What surprised him was that Su Yu had obtained the real bronze plate. Where did you get it from? Yun Yazi was extremely curious. Su Yu looked grateful and said, The soul dominator gave it to me personally. Haha, this is your great fortune. Yun Yazi was envious. What he had was a fake bronze plate that he had only used for many years. But Su Yu had obtained the real bronze plate. He couldn't help but be envious of the difference. Master, Xiana has passed away. Su Yu's eyes dimmed. Yun Yazi was startled when he heard that, and his expression was full of disappointment. In this world, there was probably no one who understood the separation between his disciple and Qin Xiana better than him, right? Unexpectedly, at the end of the era, after going through countless trials and tribulations, they were completely separated. The Soul Dominator told me that when the two bronze plates are combined, they can explore the secret of going to the ultimate ruins. Su Yu asked, Master, do you know anything? Yun Yazi's eyes narrowed. The ultimate ruins world is a place where living creatures can go. There, no living creature can return. He looked at Su Yu's chest and said, You were able to come back because Xie Xiaoye sacrificed everything for you. She used her own life to accompany you for 10 days. But she stayed in the ultimate ruins forever, unable to come out. Xie Xiaoye's figure appeared in Su Yu's mind. He felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. The person who used her death to help him return. She must still be living in the ultimate ruins, feeling lost and lonely, right? Master, since the Soul Dominator said so, there must be a reason. I just want to find the bronze plate and find out what it is. He had too many people to save. Qin Xiana, Xie Xiaoye, the little Kailin. He wanted to bring back the good things that had disappeared from his life forever. Sigh. Yun Yazi hesitated for a long time. The last thing I want you to touch is the ultimate ruins. It is an existence that even the holy mountain's heavenly sons want to avoid. But Yun Yazi knew his disciple very well. He would never give up until he found it. Okay, I will make an exception for you. A small bookshelf suddenly appeared on the top of Yun Yazi's head. When it landed, the bookshelf expanded infinitely. It stretched across hundreds of millions of miles. Chapter 2835. The bookshelf contains all the secrets in the world. Whatever you want to know is in there. Su Yu stared at the bookshelf in shock. How much knowledge was contained in it? Yun Yazi's title as the Heavenly Book Downlord was definitely not for nothing. Yun Yazi hooked his finger and the bookshelf flew. One of the bookshelves flew in front of Su Yu, and it was filled with tens of thousands of books. He took a book and saw the words Illustrated Guide to 10,000 Treasures written on it. If I want to find the other half of the bronze plate, I need to at least know what it is. Yun Yazi opened it. There were many treasures and pictures drawn on it that he had never heard of before. Take your time to search. I'll protect you outside. The bookshelf was an illusory object, and Suyu's real body was actually exposed outside. Moreover, the Nirvana master was eyeing Suyu covetously, so how could he leave him alone? Suyu took the book and started reading it. He was very fast, but after he finished searching, he did not find anything similar to the bronze plate. There were still many books on the shelves. There were more than 100 million of them. Suyu took a deep breath and activated the time domain. He did his best to flip through every book as quickly as possible. Several days passed. Suyu had spent decades in the time domain. The boring reading put Suyu's mental strength to the test. He wanted to give up several times, feeling that it was hopeless to search aimlessly like this. However, he thought of Xian Xie Xiaoye, and the little Cheline. Suyu clenched his teeth and continued reading patiently. 10 days passed. He had already flipped through more than half of the books on the bookshelf, but he still hadn't found anything. He gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to rummage. 20 days passed. Suyu had already read all of the books. But there was none. It was as if the bronze plate didn't belong to this world. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. There were no records. Nearly 100 years had been wasted. Nothing. Despair filled his heart. Where was he going to find the bronze plates? He suddenly heard a soft sound. It sounded like a chess piece landing on a chessboard, very crisp and clear. He glanced sideways. To his surprise, there was a person playing chess at the end of the bookshelves. That person was dressed in white and his face was obscured. But the chessboard was very clear. There were several books circling around this person. Every book was golden in color. The words Heavenly Book were written on it. That young man. Suyu was a little surprised. When he received the wordless heavenly tome for the first time, he had seen this young man playing chess in an illusion. Now, he actually saw it again in Yun Yaz's bookshelf. Suyu felt as if he had entered some kind of consciousness. He tried to walk up. But the strange thing was, there seemed to be an eternal distance between him and the youth that could not be crossed. No matter how Suyu moved forward, the distance between them remained the same. After a while, the young man said another word. He raised his head, looked at Suyu, and said with a smile, "We meet again." Suyu was greatly shocked. "He still remembers me." With a smile, the young man flicked his finger, and a golden heavenly book flew over. Suyu caught the golden heavenly book subconsciously. When he fixed his eyes on it, he saw the words Million Treasure Illustrated Handbook written on it. It was the same as the books on Yun Yaz's bookshelf. "Your Excellency, this." Suyu was about to ask. But when he looked up, the young man, the chessboard, and the golden book had all disappeared. Suyu ran over, but there was no trace of its existence. Suyu was really a little confused. He wondered if he had fallen asleep and entered the dark dream of the stone man. But holding the slightly cold golden heavenly book in his hand, he knew it was not a dream. Looking at the golden heavenly book, Suyu immediately opened it. In the end, the first item that caught his eye was a bronze plate. His pupils shrank, and his heart suddenly became excited. Looking carefully, there was a small line of description near the bronze plate. The Returning Ruins Divine Tablet suppresses all the spirits of the Returning Ruins and creates the divine objects of heaven and earth. The Returning Ruins Divine Tablet. Suyu finally knew the name of the bronze plate. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Returning Ruins Divine Tablet disappeared, suspected to be the work of chaos, and its whereabouts are unknown. Suyu was shocked. Tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the Holy Mountain Emperors had not yet occupied the Holy Mountain, right? Looking further down, Suyu was even more excited. It was written in the Heavenly Book, describing the sacrificial refining method of the Returning Ruins Divine Tablet. As long as the sacrificial refining was successful, the Returning Ruins Divine Tablet would be under his control. At that time, he could rely on the mutual sense between the Returning Ruins Divine Tablets to confirm the location of the other Returning Ruins Divine Tablet. Great! Suyu could not help but exclaim. At that moment, The golden book in his hand quickly dissipated. Su Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately turned to the second page, wanting to take the opportunity to see what kind of treasure was described. But the strange thing was, no matter how many pages Su Yu turned, they were all records of the returning ruins divine tablet. Su Yu immediately understood. The golden book would only show what he thought of. His heart moved, and he thought of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. All of a sudden, detailed information about the divine nine-dragon cauldron immediately appeared on it. It was roughly the same as what Su Yu knew. The only difference was that there was a complete technique to control the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Su Yu's heart moved, and he memorized it. Just like that, the golden book disappeared without a trace. Su Yu could not help but feel lost. It would be great if he could look at the golden book a few more times. Of course, Su Yu was most curious about the chess boy. Who was he? Did he know him? Why did he meet him so strangely? Until now, Su Yu was not sure whether it was a dream or an illusion. Have you finished reading? Yun Yaz's voice rang through the bookshelves. Su Yu said, yes. The endless bookshelves immediately dispersed, and the real world was revealed. Yun Yaz's eyes were filled with anticipation as he asked, did you find anything in the bookshelves? Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, I found it. He wanted to ask who that young man was. But when he thought of his first encounter with the boy, when he told Yun Yazi about the latter's expression, he decided to keep it to himself. It was better not to worry Yun Yazi. It's the returning ruins divine tablet, Su Yu said. I will find a way to refine it. If I find the other half in the future, I hope you can help me, Master. He had a premonition. The other half of the returning ruins divine tablet would not be easy to find. Of course. Yun Yazi heaved a sigh of relief, but he was a little puzzled. He had read most of the books on the bookshelves. Why had he never seen the record on the bronze plate? Or was it just a coincidence that the part he had not read had it? Right at that moment, the heaven-cracking ancestor suddenly rushed over and said, Master of the heavenly book, things are not good. The Lord of Nirvana is preparing to cross the abyss and head for the 9-star civilization. Hearing that, Yun Yaz's expression suddenly turned serious. Nonsense. Everything is not ready. If he insists on going, he will only destroy the Tao abyss. So, we must stop him immediately, the heaven-cracking ancestor said bitterly. Chapter 28:36. Inform the Devil Emperor and the others to head over together and obstruct the Lord of Nirvana, Yun Yazi said solemnly. He then turned to Su Yu and said, I have some matters to attend to, so you should handle them carefully and be wary of the Nirvana Master. Su Yu nodded. He understood in his heart that many Almighties had plans to cross the abyss and head for the 9-star civilization. After all, that was a paradise that was truly unaffected by the destruction of an era. Strange. How did the Nirvana Lord manage to bring all the living creatures into the 9-star civilization? Su Yu was puzzled. If he wanted to go to the 9-star civilization, he had to possess the aura of primal chaos. If not for that, mighty being Du Meng would not have been able to enter. While he was confused, his eyes were suddenly covered, and a mischievous and deliberately suppressed voice rang out, Guess who I am? You're finally awake. Su Yu pried her hands open. Needless to say, it was Xiao Dai. He turned around to take a look. Indeed, Xiao Dai was still the same. However, at such a close distance, there was a faint connection between them that had never existed before. That should be a bloodline reaction. What, you want me to sleep forever, bad guy? Little Butterfly rolled her eyes at him. Su Yu said, Now, our two powers should be able to fuse easily, right? Of course you can. Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment before taking Su Yu's hand. At the moment of contact, Su Yu felt the fusion of the primal chaos and the Dominator's power within his body immediately converge uncontrollably on his palm. Xiao Dai's power was the same. Both were formed from the fusion of primordial chaos and sovereign power. Thus, the two of them gathered their powers together and fused naturally without any hindrance. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The great sickle of 10,000 tribulations. Both of them gripped the scythe at the same time. Instantly, The myriad tribulation scythe's entire body immediately burst into violent flames, and it quickly transformed into a silvery white scythe that was 200 feet long. At the end of the scythe, the 10 Daotai heads opened their eyes. Especially the last golden head. In the past, Su Yu had tried his best, but he had only managed to open it slightly. But now, it was only half open. Su Yu had yet to unleash its power, but he already felt a chill down his spine. No wonder Xiao Dai asserted that its power would increase exponentially. And now, as expected. I just don't know how powerful it is. Su Yu was eager to test it out. He was desperate to find a test subject. Bang! A rumble suddenly rang out. Su Yu looked up. In the depths of the inner abyss, a towering fireball erupted in the sky, blotting out the sun. Huge tongues of flame swept out in all directions. Along the way, it burned the sky. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately pulled Xiao Dai back. He retreated all the way to the edge of the formation. Only then did the flame tongues touch the array formation and were blocked by it. But even so, the formation began to tremble violently. It was as if the holy mountain was attacking them. Then, a huge explosion came from the depths of the inner courtyard. Let's go take a look. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Was there internal strife in the inner abyss? The two of them rushed into the depths of the inner abyss. Discovery. The deepest part of the inner abyss was a cliff. Below the cliff was a mysterious abyss. The black and calm abyssal water seemed to be hiding countless man-eating demon beasts. Once they went down, they would definitely be devoured by the creatures inside. However, there was something extremely strange. In the center of the abyss, there was an ancient hall that had existed for countless years. Faint sounds of conversation could be heard from within the hall. Looking over, one could vaguely see countless people dressed in simple and unadorned clothes walking around in the hall, chatting and laughing. Lines of obscure and mysterious great path of heaven and earth were slowly uttered as they casually chatted. This scene. Su Yu was no stranger to it. He had seen the same scene in the great void cave abode inside the bronze plate. His heart trembled. Could the bronze plate have something to do with the ancient hall? However, there was no way to get to the hall. It was suspended in the center of the abyss, with no way to enter. At this moment, many peerless strong men were trying their best to stop a giant ship that was preparing to enter the abyss. The flag of Nirvana was hung on the ship. The Master of Nirvana and the 18 Guardians could be seen at the bow of the ship. They were controlling the giant ship to force their way into the abyss, and they did not hesitate to fight with the peerless powerful men in the inner abyss. Master of Nirvana, if you insist on going your own way, don't blame us for turning against you, the heaven-splitting ancestor bellowed. The Master of Nirvana put his palms together, his face calm. Amitabha, I want to cross the sea of bitterness. Why must you stop me? The demon emperor laughed coldly. If you want to die, go ahead. Who wants to stop you? However, without our permission, what right do you have to take away the invitation? Invitation letter? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The invitation they were talking about, could it be? The Master of Nirvana said, I am just protecting the invitation. The demon emperor chuckled. Nonsense. Many powerhouses made their moves and forcefully stopped the Nirvana warship. The Master of Nirvana frowned. If that is the case, I will leave the invitation here. If you can take it, it is yours. I will not ask for more. He flicked his sleeves. A pitch-black invitation letter landed on the ancient land. Su Yu's heart pounded as he stared at the invitation. Isn't this the Dao Abyss invitation? He had obtained it in the Dao Tai's eye. However, he had no idea what it was used for. The demon emperor waved his hand, trying to grab the invitation. However, when the invitation fell into his hand, it passed through his palm like an illusion and fell onto the ground again. The Dao Abyss invitation was given to a specific person. It was useless for others to get it. This was the situation in front of him. The Heaven Bookmaster and the others stepped forward, trying to pick up the invitation. However, without exception, they could not pick up the invitation. The Master of Nirvana said indifferently, Do you understand? The Dao Abyss invitation is fated with Buddha. He sucked in the air, trying to regain control of the invitation letter in his palm. But the invitation flew into the air, but it did not fly towards the Master of Nirvana. Instead, it flew towards Suyu. POW. What shocked everyone even more was that Suyu held the invitation letter of the Tao Abyss firmly in his hand. There was a long silence. A peerless strong man exclaimed in surprise, "He actually grasped the invitation? How did he do it? Could it be that the invitation was given to him?" The crowd burst into an uproar. The Master of Nirvana, who had been calm all along, shouted, "The human clan's saint body, the Tao Abyss invitation is not something you can hold. Return it quickly." As he spoke, the Buddha's palm pressed down. He was trying to snatch the Tao Abyss invitation back. Yunyazi and the others acted immediately, blocking the Master of Nirvana. The heaven-cracking ancestor laughed. Who was the one who said that if anyone got the invitation, he would give it to that person and not ask for more? Have you forgotten what you just said? The Master of Nirvana's face sank. He had never thought that Suyu would also get the Tao Abyss invitation. In fact, Suyu had not expected it either. He just wanted to give it a try. Chapter 28:37. So he wanted to try this one. However, for some reason, the so-called iron rule that only certain people could receive invitations did not apply to Suyu at all. He now had 2 invitations on him. The Nirvana Master said calmly, "What I said has a prerequisite. The holder must at least have a certain level of strength. The human race obviously does not have that. So, I did not go back on my words when I took back his invitation." What a quibble. The Demon Emperor and the others certainly would not allow it. He said proudly, "Nirvana Master, you can leave now. We will not stop you." Yunyazi, heaven-splitting ancestor, and many other powerful beings stepped forward. "Nirvana Master, please leave the inner abyss. Please leave the inner abyss. Please leave." Shouts after shouts filled the air, all of them asking the Lord of Nirvana to leave. In the past, they still hoped to borrow the strength of the Nirvana Master to resist the destruction of the Holy Mountain. However, after experiencing so many things, they suddenly saw through it. The Nirvana Master would not help them at all. Instead, he ruined their plans. He was a malignant tumor that was extremely harmful to the world. If he wanted to leave, it would be for the best. The Nirvana Master looked around and said sternly, "Is this how you treat your companions who share weal and woe?" Haha. The Demon Emperor was the first to scoff. "Share weal and woe? We asked you to accompany us to attack the Holy Mountain. You said that life and death would take its course. When we were about to welcome the 3rd tribe, you decisively rejected us. When there was a king-level lotus of misfortune, you seized it without thinking. When there was trouble, you gave up without hesitation and broke into the 9-star civilization alone." The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and said fiercely, "We would rather not have a companion like you." Everyone looked at him intently. Their wills were unprecedentedly united. It had to be said. To be able to be hated by everyone was also a great skill. The Nirvana Master said, "You are making things difficult for me. You took away my invitation and forced me to enter the abyss." The Demon Emperor sneered. "First, you handed over the invitation yourself. Second, you wanted to enter the abyss yourself." The Nirvana Master said indifferently, "That's not interesting. As we all know, it's impossible to go to the abyss without an invitation." He looked deeply at Suyu and said, "If that's the case, I won't leave for the time being. Go back." The Nirvana Lord acted as if there was no one else around, and led the giant ship back. This action naturally caused everyone to feel disdain. However, there was nothing he could do. The strength of the Lord of Nirvana was there for all to see. "Suyu, stay by my side from now on. Don't leave my side." Yunyazi took a deep look at the Nirvana Master's back. If nothing went wrong, the Lord of Nirvana would do everything in his power to get the invitation back. Suyu nodded and asked, "Master, what is the purpose of the invitation letter?" He finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Yunyazi pointed at the ancient hall in the abyss. "Do you see it? What's that?" "Taichu Palace. Taichu Temple?" Suyu knew about the heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow pathmaster palaces. What was the so-called Taichu Temple? That's the hall built by the first Pathmaster of the Taichu realm. It used to be the holy land of the Taichu realm. It wasn't until the chaos beings occupied Taichu that the holy land was changed to the holy mountain. Naturally, the Taichu Temple declined. Yunyazi looked sad. The Taichu Temple used to be the holy land that all the strong men of the Taichu realm yearned for. Every 1,000 years, an invitation letter would be sent to all the Pathmasters. With the invitation letter, one could enter the Taichu Temple and interact with many Pathmasters. Moreover, one could listen to the lectures of the Taichu Pathmaster. That was the greatest event of the Taichu realm. Unfortunately, the Taichu Temple today is no longer what it used to be. So that's how it is. Didn't that mean that the invitation letter of the Tao Abyss was no longer in print? Every time one was used, there would be one less. If you want to cross the abyss, you must go to the Taichu Temple and retrieve a leaf from there. Only then can you cross the abyss safely. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the abyss. Hearing this, Suyu suddenly understood. No wonder the Nirvana Lord retreated. Besides, the 9th master that I've been looking for you might be hiding in the Taichu Temple. What? Suyu's eyes shone brightly. There really was a 9th master in the world, and he was in the Taichu Temple? If he could get his hands on him and the Death Master's Yuan realm, then he could build a brand new divine 9-dragon cauldron. Therefore, remember not to lose this invitation letter, Yunyazi said. If even our inner abyss can't hold on, entering the Taichu Temple is the only way out. Suyu's eyes flashed. If that's the case, why not enter the Taichu Temple now? The Taichu Temple had survived many eras in peace. It was obvious that it had the absolute ability to protect all the powerful beings. Yunyazi smiled bitterly. It's not as easy as you think. The abyss can only be entered but never returned. Once you step into the abyss and reach the Taichu Temple, you can never return. You can either stay in the Taichu Temple forever or cross the abyss and enter the 9-star civilization. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to enter the abyss. Now, we are all trying our best to find the aura of chaos. As long as we can integrate it into our bodies, we can enter the 9-star civilization. However, we are still halfway and not fully prepared. The Nirvana Lord suddenly wanted to use the invitation letter to leave, which disrupted our plans. Fortunately, you took the invitation letter in time. It turned out that the powerful beings in the inner abyss were all preparing for both sides. On one hand, they were fighting against the destruction of the sacred mountain. On the other hand, they were trying to obtain the aura of chaos and seek refuge in the 9-star civilization. It's not easy to find the aura of chaos, is it? Suyu asked. He had Xiao Dai's help to finally succeed. The others might not. Yunyazi looked at Suyu with a complicated look in his eyes. It's difficult, but it's also easy. Come with me, I'll take you to see someone. Oh. Suyu was puzzled. Was it someone he knew? Otherwise, why would Yunyazi say that? Under his guidance, they came to the center of the inner abyss. It was an area with a restrictive formation. Ordinary creatures were forbidden from entering this place. Only those peerless almighties were qualified to bring people in. The seal was activated. A giant cage appeared before Suyu's eyes. In the cage, there was a beautiful man-made scenery. The bamboo forest was deep. The huts were hidden. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. The warm spring breeze blew across the earth, setting off ripples on the lakeside. Suyu stood in front of the cage. He didn't quite understand why Yunyazi brought him to see the prisoner. Moreover, where was the prisoner? Looking around, he couldn't find him. Suddenly, a layer of ripples formed on the sparkling surface of the lake. It was as if something was about to emerge from the water. Then, with a popping sound, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure came into view. Chapter 28:38. That face was etched in his heart, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Xia Jingyu. It was her. Yunyazi saw the change in Suyu's emotions and said hurriedly, "Calm down." He cupped his fists at Xia Jingyu across the cage. "Miss Qingyun, please help us again. We don't have much time left. Qingyun. Su Yu's mind buzzed. It was her. Her appearance and soul were both Xia Jingyu's. But the look in her eyes was different. Qingyun waved her hand, and a fiery red robe landed on her body. She was dripping wet as she walked over gracefully. When she noticed Su Yu standing beside Yunyazi, she could not help but smile. You've come to the inner abyss too. Su Yu felt conflicted. You too. Seeing her reminded him of Xia Jingyu. Master, why did you lock her in the cage? Su Yu asked. Yunyazi sighed. Ask her yourself. Qingyun responded promptly. You misunderstand. It was not them who wanted to lock me up, but me who wanted to lock myself up. Lock herself up. Su Yu had thought that Yunyazi and the others had deliberately imprisoned Qingyun in order to seize the chaotic aura from her body. He did not expect her to be the one who asked for it. Why? Su Yu asked. Qingyun looked in the direction of the abyss. No one should understand my situation better than you, right? Su Yu thought about it and understood. Qingyun and Sinful Lady were both vessels of Prince Mirrorflower. Their bodies contained a part of Prince Mirrorflower. A part of Sinful Lady's body had already been taken away. Qingyun's was still in her body. She could be threatened by the Emperor of the Holy Mountain at any time. Sinful Lady could split herself into two in advance because she had cultivated a secret technique. She gave herself a chance to extend her life. But Qingyun might not have it. If the Emperor of the Holy Mountain found out and took away Prince Mirrorflower's stone body, she might die. I asked the strong men here to build this cage to seal my aura so that the Emperor of the Holy Mountain would not notice it in time. In exchange, I helped all the living beings to instill enough chaotic aura so that they could have a chance to enter the 9-star civilization. Su Yu was relieved. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Su Yu asked, "Is the infusion process difficult?" A little bit. In the past few decades, less than 1/10 of the living beings have succeeded, Qingyun said helplessly. She only had time to successfully instill the Tao Lord of the Heavenly Book and the other powerhouses. The rest of the ordinary creatures didn't even have enough time. Su Yu also felt helpless. His primal chaos was given to him by Little Butterfly, so how could he help others? Yunyazi sighed and said, "It's the peerless powerhouses from before who were mistaken and trusted the Lord of Nirvana. In the beginning, most of the quotas were given to the Lord of Nirvana, his protectors, and his followers. In the end, after he was done, he immediately abandoned the other creatures and prepared to head to the 9-star civilization alone. At that time, Yunyazi, the Demon Emperor, the Heaven-cracking Patriarch, and other powerful almighties had yet to arrive at the Tao Abyss. The rest of the peerless experts all followed the lead of the Lord of Nirvana. Who knew he was this kind of person? However, fortunately, Su Yu, you got the invitation. Now, he can't leave even if he wanted to," Yunyazi said with relief. "We can delay until the Nether Abyss can't hold on anymore. By then, it would be difficult for the Lord of Nirvana to resist the enemy even if he wanted to." Su Yu understood everything clearly. Looking at Qingyun, he said, "Thank you for saving me." When Su Yu broke through to the Pathmaster level, he was mercilessly bombarded by the flame of the way. Qingyun had helped him once. That was a debt of gratitude. He had to repay it. "No need," Qingyun said in a low voice. "Then, farewell," Su Yu said. Qingyun nodded and turned around gently. But suddenly, a trace of pain appeared on her face, and she immediately turned to look at Su Yu. "Wait, what's wrong?" Su Yu, who had also turned around and asked. Qingyun looked Su Yu up and down and asked, "You have something from Prince Mirrorflower on you?" It turned out. It was the petrified body of Prince Mirrorflower inside her that had sensed something and moved on its own. It caused intense pain. Su Yu pointed to his chest and said, "Here. Heart." Qingyun was in disbelief. "Can I take a look?" Su Yu lifted up his robe, revealing his chest. There was a hideous wound the size of a palm there. It was left behind when he had dug out his heart. Many years had passed, but the scar was still there. Through the skin and flesh, he could feel that there was an abnormally strong heart beating. Occasionally, one could even see shreds of grey color seeping out from within. What were you thinking?" Qing Yun's eyes widened. Fusing Prince Mirrorflower's heart into your body? Su Yu sighed lightly. I had no choice. He briefly explained what had happened back then. After listening, Qing Yun shook her head. That's ridiculous. You are only delaying your death. In the end, you will become a stone man. Become a stone man? Su Yu was not too surprised. How could he forget that half of his body had been petrified when he had used the holy body? I wonder if you have ever dreamed of Prince Mirrorflower, Qing Yun said meaningfully. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. He had really dreamed of it. Looking at Su Yu's expression, Qing Yun shook her head. It's too late. The heart has already taken root in your body. It's too late to replace it. Su Yu frowned. It doesn't seem to affect me much at the moment. Moreover, this heart gives me hope of survival. He did not think the Demon Emperor had done anything wrong. On the contrary, Su Yu was very grateful to the Demon Emperor. That's because you don't understand. If Prince Mirrorflower is resurrected, it will start from the heart. Qing Yun stared at Su Yu. In other words, you will also become Prince Mirrorflower's vessel. And then, the rest of her petrified body will gather in your body, and she will be resurrected with your body. Su Yu's situation was even worse than Qing Yun's. At the very least, she could remove the petrified body from her body. As for Su Yu, he was the sacrifice after Prince Mirrorflower's resurrection. Su Yu said calmly, that depends on whether Prince Mirrorflower has the ability to do so. He did not believe that he could not deal with a dead person. Qing Yun sighed. You have no idea how powerful Prince Mirrorflower is. Her resurrection is inevitable. Su Yu was cautious, but he did not take it to heart. He already had the troublesome Dao Tai's eye in his body. So what if there was the threat of Prince Mirrorflower's resurrection? As the saying went, when there were too many lice, one would not be afraid of an itch. There was nothing to worry about. What he should worry about now was the destruction of the holy mountain. I will be careful, Su Yu said. Prince Mirrorflower had already taken root in Su Yu's body. What was the use of being careful? Su Yu bid farewell to Qing Yun. Chapter 2839. To prevent the Nirvana Master from launching a sneak attack on Su Yu. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the Pathmaster realm. If you take another step forward, you'll reach the realm of the Heavenly Law Master, Yun Yazi praised as he sized Su Yu up. Cultivating for more than 200 years was not easy for a mortal without a strong background. Su Yu was just about to ask someone for advice on how to achieve a breakthrough. Master, is there anything I should pay attention to when I break through to the Heaven Law Master? Su Yu asked. The Heaven Dao Lord was the highest level of the Dao Lord realm. In theory, it was a matter of course, and it wouldn't be too difficult. However, Su Yu had a feeling that it would not be easy for the Master of the Heavenly Law to achieve a breakthrough. Especially when he had the sacred body of the human clan. That will depend on whether your path of the Heavenly Law is easy or not, Yunyazi said. When you cultivate to perfection in the Dao Lord realm, a Grand Dao will appear. If you're able to ascend that Grand Dao, then you'll be able to break through the shackles of your body and become a Lord of the Heaven Dao. Perfection. Su Yu's current cultivation had reached that level, but his soul was slightly flawed. Only when one's body and soul reached the pinnacle could they be called perfect. Master, I will have to trouble you to protect me. When Su Yu had turned into a demon previously, he had devoured many experts, so he could digest their souls. In his inner vision, there were indeed several souls inside the pitch-black body. None of them were weak. At the very least, they were early-stage Heavenly Dao Lords. There were even middle-stage Heavenly Dao Lords. His soul was extremely powerful. Su Yu immediately manipulated the darkness to devour all of their souls. Wisps of soul energy fused with Su Yu's body. Time ticked by. 10 days later. His soul had finally reached its peak state. His entire person had reached the realm of perfection. He could break through to the Master of the Heavenly Law at any time. Su Yu was a little expectant, but he was also a little worried. Would his path to the Heavenly Dao be difficult? When he opened his eyes, Su Yu felt that his body was slightly swollen. It was as if the energy in his body was too much for his body to bear. That was the realm of perfection. At this moment, Yunyazi became solemn and said, "Hold your breath and focus. Circulate your strength and soul at the same time, and the path of the heavenly Tao will appear." Su Yu's body and soul immediately surged with immense power. Instantly, a warm current rushed out from the top of Su Yu's head. It floated in midair and turned into a path to the heavens. That journey was long and far, with no end in sight. Countless thorns covered the earth. The mountain rocks were jagged and steep. Su Yu looked toward Yunyazi and cast an inquiring gaze. Yunyazi revealed a hint of joy and said, "Very good. Although it's a little rugged, it's flat overall and has a very high limit." Su Yu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Such an excellent heavenly Tao path is extremely rare. Yunyazi was full of praise. The flatness indicates that your previous cultivation foundation is extremely solid. You've walked up step by step and have never taken any shortcuts. The path to the heavens indicates that after your breakthrough, your upper limit will be far higher than that of ordinary people. Not everyone was like Su Yu, who had managed to reach his current level step by step. Many experts had taken many shortcuts to reach the peak of the Tao Lord realm. This led to an unstable foundation. In that case, the drawbacks of breaking through to the master of the heavenly law would become apparent. Not only was the path to the heavenly Tao rugged and difficult to traverse, it was also exceptionally short. After breaking through, they would usually only be at the lowest level of the heavenly law lord realm. It was hard to have long-term potential. Congratulations. Yunyazi smiled in relief. I can foresee that your future will far surpass that of an ordinary person. At the same time, many powerful beings in the inner abyss saw this path to the heavens. Is that Yunyazi's disciple? Isn't his heavenly law path a little too long? Our heavenly law path back then was not even half of this person's. The only one who can compare to him on the heavenly law path is the master of nirvana, right? It can't be. Is there going to be an existence comparable to the master of nirvana in the future? No. A strong man with a similarly long lifespan said in shock, even the master of nirvana's heavenly law path was not so long that it reached the horizon. Upon hearing that, the crowd, who was already in an uproar, was completely shocked. What? Does his potential surpass that of the master of nirvana? How is that possible? You should know that the master of nirvana was the only existence comparable to the divine ancestor in the last era. It was just that he chose to stay away from the world and was unwilling to participate in the ranking. The power of the master of nirvana was recognized in the last era as the only existence comparable to the human ancestor. Someone could actually surpass him? It was completely beyond their imagination. In a certain battleship, the master of nirvana looked up at the sky. His solemn face was filled with shock. Another human ancestor. The human race has been destroyed to this extent. Why are there still so many powerful beings? The human race in the last era was extremely glorious. There were many talents. Among them, the most famous was the human ancestor. He led the human race to unprecedented prosperity. He once became the leader of all races, making the arrogant creatures of the nine-star civilizations feel ashamed of their inferiority. Even the residents of the Chaos world felt threatened. They launched a great war of destruction against the human race. But even in the end, the outcome still terrified the Chaos clan. In the end, the human ancestor fought alone on the sacred mountain. He killed Jinhua Tianzi, killed the nine-tailed Tianzi, and severely injured Xiaoyao Tianzi. That kind of peerless combat power still terrified the Chaos clan to this day. Unexpectedly, an era had passed. Today, the human race had declined and became the ninth stream of all races. But among them, there was still a demonic existence comparable to the human ancestor. When he grew up, he would definitely be the reincarnation of the human ancestor. The master of nirvana squinted his eyes, feeling deeply threatened. They were walking the same path. The strength of Su Yu's potential determined how troublesome his future would be. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The path of the heavenly law began to change. The path of the heavenly law that had reached the sky began to spread into the distance. What? A second growth? How is this possible? The path of the heavenly law is fixed once it appears. How could there be a second growth? This is absolutely impossible. If it continues to grow, doesn't it mean that his future achievements will surpass the human ancestor? Countless people were shocked. The crowd was also completely excited at this moment. Surpassing the human ancestor, what kind of concept was that? Throughout the countless eras, the human ancestor was the strongest existence. He was the only supreme who could shake the holy mountain. If he surpassed the human ancestor, how terrifying would his future potential be? In the secret room, Yunyazi was shocked and excited. His potential was far beyond Yunyazi's imagination. Suyu, you make me so proud. Yunyazi could not suppress his joy. If there was an existence that surpassed the human ancestor. As a master, how proud would Yunyazi be? Suyu just smiled lightly and said, "It's too early to say anything before breaking through to the master of the heavenly law." He stared at the path of the heavenly law that was still spreading, feeling very calm.